For the Midwest Farm Report, I'm Kylie Allen.
Come on into Tyson's, more for you.
This summer, Tyson's is giving one lucky winner the ride of a lifetime. A 2026 Harley-Davidson Street Glide Liberty Edition or $30,000 cash. You pick. Entering is free. Visit your local Tyson's and scan the sweepstakes QR code. One entry per day, and you can come back every day for another chance to win. Sweepstakes run July 4th through September 7th. We'll see you there. No purchase necessary. Open to U.S. residents 18 and older. Void where prohibited. See official rules at Tysons.com.
Many people feeling close to retirement ask themselves, do I have enough?
Am I missing something?
At Diversified Wealth Strategies, we provide clarity during our complimentary, no-pressure consultation. We're independent advisors using big firm tools with a boutique-style approach.
And no crickets. We stay in touch so you're never left wondering.
At Diversified Wealth Strategies, let us show you how to capture the upside, limit the downside, and feel good inside.
Visit dwstrategies.com.
Securities and investment services offered through Mosaic Wealth Inc. Member FINRA SIPC. Mosaic Wealth is separately owned, and other entities and/or marketing names, products, or services referenced here are independent of Mosaic Wealth.
As the kiddos get ready to get back to school, you can find really great back-to-school savings at St. Vincent de Paul thrift stores. School supplies and some surprisingly cool clothing too. And teachers, you get an additional discount. Get the best back-to-school bargains at St. Vincent de Paul thrift stores on Highway 100 in Layton and Greenfield, 23rd in Lincoln, and 76th and Bradley Road in Milwaukee.
Ooh, you're gonna love it, St. Vincent de Paul.
When I shop St. Vincent de Paul thrift stores, every time I come in, it's like a whole new store. It's because new inventory is arriving daily, all kinds of everything. And let me tell you, thrift store prices make buying easy, and helping others at the same time, that's icing on the cake. St. Vincent de Paul thrift stores on Highway 100 in Layton and Greenfield, 23rd in Lincoln, and 76th and Bradley Road in Milwaukee.
Ooh, you're gonna love it, St. Vincent de Paul.
So, Dad, what gives with the square pizzas?
Well, Marty wanted to be different, but little did he know that he was giving everyone a real value. We figured it out. Our 12-inch square pizza covers 27% more space than a 12-inch round.
A bigger pizza and a better value.
Yep, 27% more.
Marty's Pizza in Delafield.
And martyspizza.net for easy online ordering.
Register online for Red Card Loyalty, and after 15 pizzas, you'll get your next one free!
Marty's Pizza. Do you remember when times were good? Well, they're good again. It's as good today as it was in the past. It doesn't get any better than that. Remember Marty's Pizza.
At Erickson's Landscape Supply, we have durable, maintenance-free polywood patio furniture and #1 grade treated natural pine Amish-made patio furniture. And we also have a wonderful assortment of concrete benches, statues, and fountains available in a selection you just gotta see to believe. Erickson's Landscape Supply, high-quality mulch and stone for a whole lot less, plus a whole lot more. Commercial or residential, visit ericksonslandscapesupply.com to see our entire selection or stop on in today. He told us to load 4 yards into his 8-foot bed, but we knew that 3 full, honestly measured yards were going to fill his truck bed to the rim. After we proved that, he told us the other guys have been telling him he's been getting 4 yards in there for years. Honest measurements and honest folks who just want to do you right. So you come back. Erickson's Landscape Supply, high quality mulch and stone for a whole lot less. Commercial or residential, visit ericksonslandscapesupply.com to see our entire selection.
The stories you're talking about on Wisconsin's Morning News.
As we saw in the last election, polls don't vote. Ultimately, people vote, and that's the only poll that really counts in the end. And we have to remember this about polls. It's a snapshot in time. Just because someone answered 3-4 weeks before an election, I'm likely to vote for this person, doesn't mean that in the 3-4 weeks later, that voter changed his or her mind. And that doesn't mean that the poll was wrong then. It was maybe right at the time.
Only here on WTMJ.
The new All-Pro battery by Steel. Tackle any task with 60% more peak power. Exclusively available at your local Steel dealer. 60% peak power comparison between AP300PC and AP300S.
Prizes, flyaways, even
Cash money. You want it? We've got it. Find a list of all contests and official rules by visiting WTMJ.com/contests. That's WTMJ.com/contests.
The place you want to go, Lynch McWanago.
Nobody sells for less than Lynch.
Texas is coming to town. And the crew is ready to ride.
Fly ball center field. Back Lara. Still back. Warning track wall. Leaping. He caught it.
The Brewers take on the Rangers tonight at American Family Field. Our Brewers Radio Network game day coverage starts at 6:05. Don't miss a pitch on the home of the Brewers, WTMJ.
Six o'clock. I'm Vince Vitrano on Wisconsin's Morning News. It's Friday, August 28th. Our top story, human remains found inside a Fond du Lac home.
I'm Telly Hughes in for Eric Billstad. Why was Packers running back Josh Jacobs only charged with misdemeanors?
I'm Debbie Loziga. Things looking pretty good. We do have a little bit of a backup through the stadium from just about the stadium interchange to Mitchell Boulevard. There is a broken down vehicle westbound 94 at Mitchell Boulevard. It's on the right shoulder, though. It's not in traffic. Just have a little bit of bunching through that area. Otherwise, everything else is looking great. I'm Debbie Loziga with your WTMJ Time Saver Traffic.
Pretty good looking day for you in your Storm Team forecast. Mostly sunny skies and a high of 80 degrees. Tonight, partly cloudy with a low down to 64. From the WTMJ Breaking News Center, developing story we're keeping an eye on this morning is Milwaukee police are on scene of a death investigation. This is about 27th and Walnut. Milwaukee County Medical Examiner's Office has been called to the scene, but we're working with police to get more information out to you.
A man is under investigation after allegedly stalking an ex-girlfriend for 13 years, leading police to find skeletal remains inside his home.
The Fond du Lac County Sheriff's Office says they were searching the rural home of 46-year-old Benjamin Larson as part of a Madison police stalking investigation. Inside the home, they found several skulls, significant amounts of serial killer memorabilia, and paintings of the victim he allegedly stalked. The victim says she and Larson dated for around 2 months in 2013, and he has repeatedly attempted to contact her since. Investigators are sending the remains to a lab to determine their origins. Elizabeth Linton in WTMJ News.
Brown County District Attorney's Office now formally charging Packers running back Josh Jacobs following a domestic incident at his home in May.
According to the criminal complaint, surveillance video from Jacobs' garage shows he grabbed his girlfriend and threw her to the ground, causing her to strike her head. Jacobs then took her phone. She stayed on the ground for a while before struggling to walk back into the house. Jacobs is charged with 1 count of misdemeanor battery and 1 count of misdemeanor criminal damage to property. Each charge carries a maximum penalty of 9 months in jail and a $10,000 fine. Greg Matzik, WTMJ News.
Jacobs is not due in court for his initial appearance until November 17th.
That surveillance video will likely be the key evidence in Jacobs' case. Criminal defense attorney Jonathan Lavoie tells Wisconsin's Afternoon News he expects it to eventually be made public.
The video evidence might tip the scales in favor of the prosecution, and they may not need as much cooperation from the alleged victim if all of this stuff is on video. And quite frankly, from the NFL's perspective, if the video looks really bad, that's the kind of stuff that shows up on TMZ and other websites, and that can be very harmful to Mr. Jacobs' football career.
Lavoie believes the state pursued misdemeanor charges because they couldn't meet the burden of proof for a felony.
Damage caused by fire on the roof of a planned West Allis City building is less severe than initially feared.
The fire August 20th forced the evacuation of several construction workers from the building near 53rd and Rogers.
A black cloud of smoke, flames coming out of it. I said, that's not normal.
The city now says damage to the building appears manageable, though it's believed the project's progress will be delayed by months pending the arrival of replacement materials. No injuries were reported on site, and investigators are finalizing their written report on a cause, with completion anticipated by as soon as Friday. Adam Roberts, WTMJ News.
The Ithaca School District is mourning the death of a student after a farming accident on Thursday.
High school freshman Briggs Maxwell was seriously injured in an accident involving a skid loader in the town of Ithaca. Richland County Sheriff's Office says he died from a head injury. Maxwell played as a running back and linebacker on the varsity football team, and his father is an assistant coach. The school district has canceled Ithaca-Weston football game. Jessica Gatso, WTMJ News.
Coming up, Lake America. The president signed the order. Outdoor Living Unlimited, WTMJ News Time, 6:04.
Pella Windows and Doors of Wisconsin. Real pricing, premium quality, no games. PellaWI.com. No two homes are exactly alike. So why would every window and door solution be the same? At Pella Windows and Doors of Wisconsin, premium quality doesn't come in just one price point. Whether you're replacing a few windows, remodeling a historic fixer-upper, or building from the ground up, Pella offers gorgeous, high-quality, and customizable solutions for every unique situation. You'll never have to settle for something that isn't right for your home, thanks to custom designers ready to help at every step. It doesn't matter which windows you choose, you'll receive the same Pella craftsmanship, attention to detail, and commitment to quality. And that always includes the same honest advice, straightforward pricing, Pella-certified installers, and one trusted team standing behind the work. Quality doesn't have to mean one size fits all. It means finding the right solution for your home. Pella Windows and Doors of Wisconsin. Real pricing, premium quality, no games. Schedule your free in-home consultation today at PellaWI.com.
$998 buys you a magnificent diamond solitaire engagement ring at Kessler's.
A solid gold mounting shows off a big, beautiful diamond, 3/4 of a carat.
Glitter, twinkle, sparkle.
This is the definitive diamond solitaire engagement ring.
You can choose a round diamond, radiant, marquise, or oval.
3/4 of a carat. Any shape you want.
Any color of gold you want.
A 1-carat solitaire is just $1,498.
Ask to see the Evermore engagement rings at Kessler's.
You're going to be ecstatic about the color, clarity, and cut of your diamond.
Evermore.
Each of these diamonds was lovingly created in the heart of a miniature star.
Your diamond will remain.
Evermore.
Your diamond was born about the time you fell in love.
You will be in love.
Evermore.
Your diamond has been waiting patiently for you to see it, love it, and choose it.
Don't keep it waiting. Come to Kessler's.
To find the Kessler's nearest you, visit KesslersDiamonds.com.
Enjoy the Fox and Hounds restaurant's fabulous all-you-can-eat fish fry. It's one of the best. The magnificent Sunday brunch is also all-you-can-eat. Kids and grandkids under 3 eat free. Call and reserve foxandhoundsrestaurant.com.
Outdoor Living Unlimited, WTMJ News Time is 6:07.
Brewers back home tonight, and the Packers close out the preseason in Green Bay. Sports at 6:15.
President Trump signed an executive order Thursday directing that Lake Ontario be renamed Lake America. News Nation's Kelly Meyer reports it comes following the breakdown of trade talks last week.
It's the latest move in the president's back and forth with Canada during an escalating trade war. The president was pressed on why he's engaging in a trade war with Canada so close to the midterms when Americans are already anxious about affordability. And the president said on Thursday that, quote, ultimately, this is going to be very good for us.
The president also signaled additional tariffs on Canadian automobiles.
Hundreds of people are dead. The number of missing still rising. Search teams working to find survivors after that devastating flash flooding in the Himalayas in Nepal. It was right near the border with Tibet. ABC's Britt Clennett is in Nepal's capital. Says experts have theories on how this happened.
It was a mountain giving way. Investigators, including the U.S. Geological Survey, they say it started with a massive avalanche of ice and rock, basically breaking off the north face of Langtang Lerung. That's one of the towering peaks right on the Nepal-Tibet border. Now that collapse slammed into the valley below and triggered this seismic activity so strong that it actually was mistaken initially for an earthquake.
Now, U.S. officials report some 90 U.S. citizens remain unaccounted for after the flash flooding hit that border area.
Wisconsin could establish statewide standards for burying loved ones outside of a cemetery.
A legislative study committee is examining private property burials, which are currently largely governed at the local level, creating different requirements from one community to another.
Under Wisconsin law, a family can take it on themselves. So like a lot of people will either do like a green burial or something on their own private property.
Funeral director Nathan Popp testifying before the committee. State lawmakers discussed creating uniform rules for documenting those sites while keeping private burials legal. Legislation could be introduced next year. Neil Doyle, WTMJ News.
Outdoor Living Unlimited, WTMJ News Time, 6:09.
Boats, boats, boats. The great moving sale is underway at Center Point Marine in Pewaukee. New and used boats at bargain prices. Boat parts and accessories, life jackets and water skis. Everything must go. The great moving sale ends Labor Day weekend. Shop early for best selection. corner of Highway 16 and Capitol Drive. Learn more at centerpointmarine.com. Be there.
You know who Forum's named #1 bank in Wisconsin? Horicon Bank. Hello, I'm Eric Weissman. Thank you to our customers for helping Horicon Bank earn this recognition. From everyday banking, mortgage lending, trust administration, 55 or better Gliders Club, and My Money for Kids, Horicon Bank has solutions for every stage of life. And let's not forget about our incredible business banking team. I personally invite you to learn more about Horicon Bank at horiconbank.com or stop by one of our branches today.
Horicon Bank, MLS 434805, member FDIC, equal housing lender.
Save now during the Ken Michaels Furniture Labor Day sale. Ken Michaels Furniture, where you can enjoy unprecedented saving on better quality furniture and mattresses during their factory-sponsored Labor Day sale. Stop in today and save.
Time saver traffic at 6:10, Debbie.
Still looking pretty good across the entire system. Not really seeing too many delays. Just a little bit coming out of the stadium interchange, heading towards Mitchell Boulevard. There's a broken down vehicle there, but it's out of traffic. But overall, everything else is looking great. I'm Debbie Lazago with your WTMJ Time Saver Traffic.
From TMJ4, I'm meteorologist Brendan Johnson with your Storm Team forecast. Lots of sunshine out there for our Friday, and we'll look for a few afternoon clouds as temperatures climb close to around 80 degrees. Lake breeze is expected to push through later this afternoon. Partly cloudy tonight, lows dip back only into the mid-60s. Mix of sunshine and cloud cover for our Saturday, and then we'll look for the chance of late-day showers and perhaps even a few rumbles of thunder as high temperatures climb again close to 80 degrees.
Milwaukee's at 61.
Live from the Annex Wealth Management Studios at the Avenue in downtown Milwaukee, this is Wisconsin's Morning News. Now, here are your hosts, Vince Vitrano and Telly Hughes.
On this Friday morning, two stories related only in that they involve the NFL. But they're obviously very different stories. Former Cowboys quarterback, now commentator, Burlington's Tony Romo, facing additional citations in connection with his arrest on suspicion of OWI in Milwaukee. More on his situation in a moment. First, on the criminal charges now facing Green Bay Packers running back Josh Jacobs. Brown County District Attorney has now charged Jacobs in connection with an incident just outside of Green Bay back in late May. The charges are battery and criminal damage to property.
Yeah, so it's sort of a mixed bag for Mr. Jacobs. Obviously, he should be very happy he's not charged with felonies as he was originally arrested for, but obviously these are still very serious criminal cases. These are misdemeanors.
Now, that's criminal defense attorney Jonathan Lavoie. He is not a part of this case, but joined Wisconsin's Afternoon News to offer perspective on this now issued criminal complaint, which suggests there is video of Jacobs in a physical fight with his girlfriend. The two apparently arguing. Girlfriend was, according to the criminal complaint, going through Jacobs' phone, accusing him of texting other women.
Well, these kinds of fights happen all the time, so it's very common for me to see fights over jealousy and over phones and over texting girls or guys and those types of things. So this is pretty standard that could obviously happen to anyone, including a professional football player. But what I think stands out at me is the video evidence might be very helpful to the prosecution in this case, because it's not going to be just Mr. Jacobs' words versus the victim, but there may be some video evidence that would say support what the girl is claiming occurred. So I think the video evidence is going to be very damaging to Mr. Jacobs, depending on how clear the video evidence really is.
So that's criminal defense attorney Jonathan Lavoie with that perspective. The charges carry the potential for prison time, though Lavoie said even with a conviction on first offense, you often see probation as the sentence in these cases. Cart way ahead of the horse here, because Jacobs is not due even for his initial appearance on the charges until November. Doesn't mean, particularly if the video comes out before that the NFL won't take action against Jacobs prior to that. On a far less serious note, at least in terms of the situation.
Where are you coming from?
The golf course. And I'm going to meet Grandma and Grandpa.
Burlington native Tony Romo popped with 3 additional citations now. These are not criminal charges. They are essentially traffic tickets. This is stemming from his arrest last month, picked up on suspicion of OWI in Milwaukee. Refused a breathalyzer test, so that was his first ticket, but he now faces citations for first offense operating while intoxicated, unsafe passing on the right side, and possession of open intoxicants in the vehicle. Now, Romo can challenge all of that in court if he chooses. He has a court date for late September. He remains on indefinite leave from his NFL analyst job with CPS. His future there with the network for the moment remains uncertain. It is 6:14 on Wisconsin's Morning News. We got sports, actual sports, coming up next.
If you're in charge of uniforms and equipment, you want to get the most value for your team's budget. You want the most for your money, and you want the process to be easy. Because you already have enough on your plate. We get it. Burkhart Sporting Goods Team Outfitting Division is the best you'll find. With an abnormally high customer satisfaction rate and our own silk screening and embroidery facility for quality control. So if you want the highest quality team outfitting and incredible service, you can't beat Burkhart.
Hey everybody, Debbie Lazaga here. Every morning I talk about traffic backups and slowdowns around Milwaukee. Well, at Sewer Ninjas, they help homeowners avoid a different kind of backup, a sewer backup. Sewer Ninjas is a Wisconsin family-owned company specializing in sewer camera inspections, drain cleaning, and trenchless repairs that can often be completed without tearing up your yard. Their goal is simple: find problems early and help homeowners avoid costly surprises. Learn more at sewerninjas.com. That's sewerninjas.com.
Time for an update from the Gruber Law Office's One Call, That's All Sports Desk.
After a much-needed day off, Jackson Churio got right back into the swing of things, going 4 for 5 with 2 homers and 4 RBIs to help Jacob Mizorowski and the Brewers beat the Mets 8-2 to take the series. Up 2-0 in the second, a refreshed-looking Churio goes yard.
First pitch to Churio, a fly ball to right, deep. Back goes Benj, track wall gone. 2-run home run for Jackson Churio, and the Brewers lead it 4-0.
And 4 runs was plenty for the Miz, who didn't have his best stuff, but we know he's still better than most on an off night. Mizorowski, who appeared to have some issues with his landing foot on the slippery Citi Field mound, still ended up striking out 6 over 6 innings. The other noteworthy stat of the night was only 9 of the Miz's 95 pitches reached 100 miles per hour and none reaching 101, which is rare, but Brewers manager Pat Murphy isn't too concerned and was impressed with his tenacity to fight through it.
I thought he was great. I mean, I think you got to recognize that he was on point without his best stuff. He was slipping and sliding on the mound. Both left and right feet were slipping and sliding, but yeah, he still sucked it up.
The crew returns to AmFam Field tonight to open a 3-game series against the Texas Rangers. Logan Henderson will be on the bump for the Brewers. First pitch is set for 6:40. Coverage begins at 6:05 right here on WTMJ. Can we call this the LaFleur Brothers Bowl at Lambeau? I think we can. Yes, the Packers will host the Arizona Cardinals in the final preseason game tonight, as brothers Matt and Mike LaFleur will be on opposite sidelines for the first time as head coaches in the NFL. Big night for the LaFleur family, but also a big night for players to make a final push for a roster spot. Here's WTMJ's Greg Maxick.
One component of a long and challenging weekend of roster construction for Packers GM Brian Gutekunst.
You know, with these guys, maybe that we're trying to make some decisions on every team rep that they've had since the spring. We're watching and comparing, and it's never perfect, but at the same time, I think it's a good process.
The Packers roster must be trimmed from 90 to 53 by 3 o'clock the afternoon of August 30th.
I always kind of feel at this time we got more than 53 that are good enough to make it, and we're going to have to make those choices.
Greg Matsick, WTMJ News.
The real thing kicks off September 13th against the Vikings in Minnesota.
It's going to feel like forever between now and then.
It sure is. Well, September 13th.
The longest training camp in history. Feels like it. 6:18 on Wisconsin's Morning News.
Notifications, texts, emails, information coming at you all day, every day. With so much noise, knowing what deserves your attention can feel overwhelming. So it's no surprise that many Americans feel less confident about their retirement finances and stressed about their investments. Turn down the noise. Turn up the planning. Put Annex Wealth Management on your side for trusted investment and retirement guidance, including tax and estate planning. Visit annexwealth.com and click the Get Started button.
You know you should be doing some form of digital marketing, but maybe you don't know how or even where to start. Or maybe you've been out there, but not sure if it's even working. Vince Vitrano here from Margot Media, the local full-service digital marketing firm that delivers measurable results for businesses of every size. Shane and his team have a deep understanding of the digital landscape. This is what they do at Margol. They'll work with you to develop a digital strategy. And what's more, Margol uses real-time data to guide that strategy and optimize performance. And since they're based right here in Milwaukee, you know you will have their full commitment and dedication. Margol does work with some of the biggest consumer brands in the world, but also the most local of local, small and medium-sized businesses. They can help businesses of any size grow. Make sure you tell them Vinny sent you. Sign up for a free consultation. Nothing to lose by having that sit down at Margol, M-A-R-G-L-E, margolmedia.com.
Looking to build or remodel? Then the 80th MBA Parade of Homes is where your vision begins. Explore 17 extraordinary homes in 2 locations, Quietwood in Menominee Falls and the Snyder Farm in Oconomowoc. Each home showcases premium craftsmanship and design shaped for the way you want to live. Walk through spaces that spark ideas, elevate expectations, and inspire your next chapter. The parade runs August 15th through September 7th. For tickets and locations, visit mbaparadeofhomes.com.
Boy, do we live in a fantastic state. WTMJ's John Mercure here. We explore the state each week, Saturdays at 1 o'clock, on Experience Wisconsin. That's right. We go from Lake Michigan to the Mississippi, from north to south. This week's show, it's incredible. We'll take you to some really cool places. We will go to Racine County. We'll check out lovely Lake Geneva, and we'll spend some time in Whitewater, the best and brightest in the state of Wisconsin. It's Experience Wisconsin, Saturdays at 1, right here on 620 WTMJ.
Checking the roads on this Friday morning, Debbie.
Well, things moving along really well. Typical Friday morning, though. We've got full freeway speeds across the entire system, except for one little chunk coming out of the stadium interchange to Mitchell Boulevard, where there is a broken down vehicle on the right shoulder, so it's not in traffic, but it's enough to make folks go, what's that? So we got a pretty good ride shaping up around the rest of the area. I'm Debbie Lazago with your WTMJ Time Saver Traffic.
This WTMJ weekend forecast is sponsored by Big Fish Contracting. Visit bigfishcontracting.com to see how they're renovating homes and redeeming an industry. Tune into today's Brewers pregame show for the Big Fish Roof update. And it is going to be a mostly sunny day, high of 80 degrees. Tonight, partly cloudy with a low of 64. Saturday, partly cloudy, chance of some evening showers and storms with a high of 80. And Sunday, partly cloudy and very warm, chance of showers and storms with a high of 85.
Right now it's 61. Kelly Hughes alongside me here. Vince Vitrano taking you up until 10 o'clock here on Wisconsin's Morning News. Another night of high school football is ahead as the season is underway. We, of course, have the Packers and Cardinals in Green Bay tonight. Been thinking a lot about the future of the game, Telly. Giving increased data that repeated head injuries to athletes are scrambling their brains.
Hyperbaric oxygen therapy is a treatment that saturates your blood plasma with oxygen.
I'm going to mix some good news with the bad news in this segment. That's my friend Maureen Saltweedle at MD Hyperbaric in Wauwatosa about a treatment for traumatic brain injuries. More on that in a moment, but first the alarming new study. A British medical journal saying at least 25% of former NFL players who've passed away during this study period between 2016 and 2021 had the degenerative brain disease CTE. Here's the lead author of that study, Dr. Daniel Danishvar.
These professional athletes didn't just get their exposure to head impacts from the professional level. They got their exposure at college, they got their exposure in high school, and in many cases in youth as well. And all of those cumulative G-force added up to increase their risk of having problems later in life.
So in this study, it was, but head injuries don't only happen in football. Soccer, concussion is a risk. I had a cheerleader, Telly. Right?
Yeah.
Kids get kicked in the head. Kids get dropped. Concussions are a real part of that sport and many others as well. So I've been thinking if my daughter were cheering today, she's graduated from school now and is out of that game, but if she came home and had a concussion, I would want to get her in this chamber, a hyperbaric oxygen chamber.
So essentially by being under pressure, you're getting more oxygen into the fluid that's inside of your blood. It's not just your red blood cells. So in the case of your brain, where there may be damage or inflammation, that oxygen can go directly to those damaged tissues, reduce inflammation, and start to promote healing. So it's an incredibly effective treatment for something like a brain injury because the brain is incredibly sensitive to oxygen, and so by giving it more, it's putting those cells to use. It can fire up cells that have been dormant, and it's just an incredibly powerful tool for any kind of brain injury, a concussion, or any neurodegenerative disease in general.
And that's my friend Maureen Saltweedle. She's got a pair of these hyperbaric chambers at her office in Wauwatosa. I've done it myself, as you've heard me talking about them here with one of our partners at WTMJ. So you go in for about an hour, you put on the oxygen mask, and you come out feeling great. Now, I wasn't suffering from an injury of any kind, but in the case of brain injury, the quicker you do get in, the better.
The closer you are to an injury, the more effective the treatment actually is. It's funny you mentioned cheerleading because our lead tech, Marcella, was a cheerleader in high school and was dropped several times, and she now suffers from migraines that they're potentially linking back to those concussions she had as a child. So even though when she was a child she thought it was resolved, now as an adult she's having lingering effects. And so for that example, she is using hyperbaric oxygen therapy to help relieve her symptoms. So we are under the guidance of a medical director. So if you did have a very recent concussion, we would want clearance from your primary care physician to make sure you don't have an active brain bleed. Safety is our number one priority. But assuming that everything is cleared from your primary care physician, then yes, as soon as possible that you could get in, you would start feeling that relief from the inflammation, and then the healing effects would start after that.
Again, Maureen Saltweedle, she's the owner of MD Hyperbaric in Wauwatosa. One of our partners here on WTMJ. You hear me do the commercials, but I didn't want this to be a commercial. I just wanted to tap into her expertise on this treatment and how it works for brain injuries. And you don't have to take her word for it or mine. Joe Namath, NFL Hall of Famer, big believer in the therapy that he underwent to clear up his cognitive issues. He swears by it. He's spreading the word. So when I was there for my visit, a woman who had been in a car crash was in for her session. She says she couldn't even read after her accident because of what was going on in the brain. She's now bringing a book to her therapy appointments because it's worked so well.
Wow.
Full course of treatment can mean dozens of sessions, but Maureen says she'll work with anyone to try and make it affordable or work within your budget. So that's out there for you. I wanted that information. And I said off the top, Telly, I worry for the future of football as more and more parents look at this and say, is this a sport I want my kid to do?
But also, Vinny, the great thing is we're getting more information about this because we know in our era it was, you got a little ding or you got your bell rung.
Yep,
or, dust it off and keep going, where those were serious undiagnosed concussions that we could have been facing and just didn't know and thought we were fine. But I do like the fact that we are getting more information about it. But I mean, is it too late? We don't know, because it's a lot of people that have already had concussions that probably didn't get diagnosed.
And Maureen also said this works also retroactively. So you don't necessarily, it's best if you come in and start getting the treatments right away. But I mentioned Joe Namath. I mean, he was long since retired when he started this therapy. And so that is out there. And I think you're right. We're much better about how we address, how we diagnose, and what we do about these brain injuries in our young athletes. But wanted that information out for you. And my thanks to Maureen for being a resource on this. It is 6:28. I got news about your money this morning. WTMJ Annex Wealth Management Market Update. Dow Jones Industrial Average was up about 106 points in trading on Thursday to 53,569. The NASDAQ closed at 26,541, was up more than 1.5%. And the S&P 500 was up almost 0.75% to 7731. Financial planning at every level. Annex Comprehensive Wealth. Annex Private Client. Annex Ignite. Details at annexwealth.com.
As the kiddos get ready to get back to school, you can find really great back-to-school savings at St. Vincent de Paul thrift stores. School supplies and some surprisingly cool clothing too. And teachers, you get an additional discount. Get the best back-to-school bargains at St. Vincent de Paul thrift stores on Highway 100 in Layton and Greenfield, 23rd in Lincoln, and 76th and Bradley Road in Milwaukee.
Ooh, you're gonna love it, St. Vincent de Paul.
With an ever-changing inventory, you never know what great bargains you're going to be able to find at St. Vincent de Paul thrift stores. It makes shopping fun because the best finds are the ones you had no idea you'd even come across. And when they're at thrift store prices, it feels good. And it feels even better to know you're helping us help others. Shop St. Vincent de Paul thrift stores on Highway 100 in Layton and Greenfield, 23rd in Lincoln, and 76th and Bradley Road in Milwaukee.
You're gonna love it, St. Vincent de Paul.
Bikers need protection, not just from other drivers, but unfortunately from insurance companies too. If you've been injured in a motorcycle crash, call Gruber Law Offices today. Bikers are often blamed for causing the accident because the insurance companies simply don't want to pay. At Gruber Law Offices, we've been fighting for injured bikers and their families for more than 30 years. Trust us to fight for what you deserve. Gruber Law Offices. One call, that's all.
It's a summer of big wins with WinFest at Potawatomi Casino Hotel, Milwaukee. Just play with your Potawatomi Rewards card for entries and your chance to win cash and reward play all summer long. Then keep the excitement going because all your monthly drawing entries roll over into the WinFest final drawings on September 25th, where you could win cars, dream vacations, free play, and cash. Don't miss out on WinFest only at Potawatomi. More info online. Must be 21 and a rewards member to play.
Miss any part of the show? Get the Wisconsin's Morning News podcast sent directly to you. Text Vince to the WTMJ Talk and Text line.
ABC News, I'm Sherry. Preston, the death toll currently just under 500 in that deadly Nepal mudslide and flooding. As to those who survived, ABC's Britt Clennett in Kathmandu says
the hospital's now treating victims of this deadly disaster. The urgent recovery complicated by mountains of mud and debris as the search for dozens of Americans goes through the night here. The U.S. is sending a disaster response advisor plus $500,000 in aid.
About 40 million Americans were under flood advisories on Thursday. Parts of New Jersey just soaked with rain. Thousands of airline flights canceled. In the southeast, another day of extreme heat. Phoenix hitting 111. Overnight, another round in the fight over President Trump's EO restricting mail-in balloting. The judge has blocked the administration's new rule because it would be practically impossible for states to comply before the upcoming midterm elections. New Fed Chair Kevin Warsh will address the annual economic symposium in Jackson Hole, Wyoming today. Analysts hoping he gives a clearer signal on the economy. This is ABC News.
Still a quiet ride around the area with one exception. Through the stadium interchanges, where we would expect because of the construction. Basically seeing delays from just west of 35th Street all the way to Mitchell Boulevard. Other than that, got starting to see a little bit of bunching northbound on 41 right past Hampton, but nothing major just yet. Everything else looks great. I'm Debbie Lazaga with your WTMJ Time Saver Traffic.
Storm team forecast, a high of 80 degrees today. Skies mostly sunny. Low down to 64 tonight. Milwaukee's at 61. And from the WTMJ Breaking News Center, 3 new citations filed against former Dallas Cowboys quarterback Tony Romo following his arrest on suspicion of operating while intoxicated in Milwaukee last month.
Where are you coming from?
The golf course. And I'm going to meet Grandma and Grandpa.
Audio from Tony Romo on police body camera video. That was the scene July 23rd. Court documents show Romo has been cited now for first offense operating while intoxicated, unsafe passing, and possession of open intoxicants in the vehicle. Romo had earlier received a citation for refusing to take a breathalyzer after his arrest. He is due in court on all the charges September 21st.
The Brown County District Attorney formally charges Packers running back Josh Jacobs with 2 misdemeanors related to his May arrest.
Originally booked on 5 charges, including felony strangulation, Jacobs now faces reduced charges of misdemeanor battery and criminal damage to property in a May 23rd incident at his residence in Hobart. The criminal complaint describes a physical confrontation between Jacobs and his girlfriend, resulting in her being thrown to the ground. Jacobs is due in court November 17th. It's unclear if the NFL will suspend Jacobs for the start of the regular season. A statement from Jacobs' attorney states, Mr. Jacobs respects the district attorney's office and the process it followed. Greg Matzik, WTMJ News.
I misspoke earlier, too, in the Tony Romo story. Those are not charges. They are all citations. Again, due in court if he chooses to challenge them in September. Moving on to this story, the Wisconsin Department of Natural Resources is demanding a construction halt on the Enbridge Line 5 reroute as a gas leak continues.
In a letter to the Canada-based energy company, DNR officials demand answers to a long list of questions about the spill, such as how much vapor is being released and how does Enbridge plan to bring it under control. The gas leak began when an unoccupied semi-truck rolled into an excavation site and struck the pipeline in Iron County on Tuesday. The letter adds that the DNR is immensely frustrated by other recent events where Enbridge has failed to comply with state regulations and left other questions unanswered. Jessica Gatso, WTMJ News.
Governor Tony Evers is taking aim at the White House over its trade policies, saying Wisconsin farmers could pay the price.
Where in the hell are Wisconsin's Republicans in Congress?
Governor Evers specifically points to tensions with Canada, the state's largest export partner, and is also criticizing the Trump administration's move to temporarily increase foreign beef imports.
Time and time again, President Trump and Republicans are causing costs to go up, life even harder for ranchers, farmers, and producers across America.
The White House says its broader tariff policies are meant to strengthen U.S. trade and domestic industries, while the additional beef imports are intended to provide consumers relief from high grocery prices. Neil Doyle, WTMJ News.
Coming up, should this Milwaukee parent be banned from future football games?
Outdoor Living Unlimited WTMJ News Time is 6:35.
Bring us your problems, deadlines, complexities, anxieties, distractions, and budget distresses.
Plum Media is listening.
Share with us your creative block.
Plum Media is ready.
Give us your audience with limited time and attention.
Plum Media sets your message free.
Let's get your message heard. Let's strive for retention from beginning to completion. Whether your next event is for celebration, education, motivation, inspiration, Plum Media is waiting to take action.
Professional collaborators, planners, managers. Plum Media, video production and event management.
Plum Media, wow moments, flawless execution, clarity, calm, control.
And results.
Plum Media, a video, meetings, and event producer with global experience. PlumMedia.com.
It's summer now, but you know what's coming down the pike? Yup, cold weather and high heating bills. Gene Miller here, and now is a great time to order new windows from my friends at Hometown Windows and Doors. With national brands like Anderson, Pella, Marvin, and Softlight, Hometown can offer replacement windows that fit every home, style, and budget. Whether you're looking for wood, Fibrex, fiberglass, or vinyl, Hometown has a product for you. August is Marvin month. Call or stop in to win a Yeti cooler. That's Hometown with an E for your every window and door need. Visit hometownwindows.com today.
Want to watch all your favorite WTMJ shows? Check out the WTMJ YouTube channel. Live streams of all your favorite WTMJ shows, from Wisconsin's morning news to what's on tap. See breaking news as it happens. Get involved with the action in the chat on Brewers Extra Innings, or see all the cool tools on the Fix-It Show. Missed your favorite show? We've got past live streams and interview highlights too. Subscribe to 620 WTMJ.
Outdoor Living Unlimited WTMJ News Time is 6:37.
How come The Miz didn't feel he had his best stuff in New York? It was still good enough for the crew. We got sports at 6:45. This story, maybe you've seen the video. Man from Milwaukee now cited for disorderly conduct after tripping a child during a youth football game. I say during a youth football. It was during the game.
Yes.
Guy came out on the field. Mount Pleasant police now talking about this. They responded Saturday morning. This was a game going on at Case High School in Racine, but it was youth football. Coaches told police a man who was a parent from a Milwaukee team was upset with a play, ran onto the field, and tripped a 9-year-old who was playing for the Case Eagles. Kid was running down the field. Guy comes out, I don't know if he had been in the stands, but certainly was on the sidelines, comes out on the field, tripped the kid. So police say they eventually tracked the 41-year-old down, who, I'll give him credit at least for this, was forthcoming, admitted he was wrong, has now been cited and was released. The 9-year-old was not hurt, but what you got to say about this, Telly?
I'm laughing because it's so ridiculous. And, I mean, for him to admit he's wrong, anybody, Ray Charles could see he was wrong.
9-year-olds.
A 9-year-old, and the thing in the video, you see him sprinting.
Yeah.
So this was not an accident or, I really wasn't know what I was doing. He knew exactly what he was doing, and he went to do it. And I just think that as an adult, like, A, what example are you setting? And B, you could have physically hurt this child. He's 9 years old.
He's lucky he didn't get taken in for assault.
Right.
Yeah.
Yes.
He should have.
It might have been, right.
What goes through your mind that
much.
says, yes, I must run on this field and stop this
I'll take care of this
atrocity from happening.
Yes.
It's a
The atrocity of a touchdown being scored, Debbie, by the way.
It's 6:39 on Wisconsin's Morning News.
What do you want retirement to look like? Hi, I'm Tony Drake, certified financial planner and founder of Drake & Associates right here in Wisconsin. For some people, retirement means travel and new adventures. For others, it means spending more time with family or pursuing passions they never had time for before. But turning those goals into a reality takes thoughtful planning. It's not just about saving money. It's about designing an income strategy that supports the life you want while helping your savings last throughout retirement. At Drake & Associates, we help Wisconsin families connect their financial plan with their lifestyle goals, building strategies designed to help support both today's needs and tomorrow's opportunities. My complimentary retirement toolkit can help you begin that process. It includes my book, Get Retirement Ready, and 5 guides covering income planning, taxes, and retirement strategies. Call 414-897-9522 or text the word tax to 414-897-9522 for your no-cost toolkit. That's 414-897-9522 or text the word tax to 414-897-9522. Because retirement planning isn't just about numbers, it's about the life those numbers support.
Drake & Associates LLC is an independent investment advisory firm that offers a variety of different investment vehicles. This commercial is provided for informational purposes only and should not be construed as individual investment advice. Drake & Associates LLC does not provide legal or tax advice. Past performance is not indicative of future performance.
Time saver traffic. What's happening on the roads, Deb?
Uh-oh, now we got an accident. It's on northbound 43, right in the Marquette interchange. The left lane is blocked. So watch out for that. We've got delays coming up from Beecher Street all the way up to the accident scene, so heads up. Westbound on 94, backing up from 35th Street to Hawley Road like we normally do. Everything else is rolling along just fine, though. I'm Debbie Lazago with your WTMJ Time Saver Traffic.
From TMJ4, I'm meteorologist Brendan Johnson with your Storm Team forecast. Lots of sunshine out there for our Friday, and we'll look for a few afternoon clouds as temperatures climb close to around 80 degrees. Lake breeze is expected to push through later this afternoon. Partly cloudy tonight, lows dip back only into the mid-60s. Mix of sunshine and cloud cover for our Saturday, and then we'll look for the chance of late-day showers and perhaps even a few rumbles of thunder as high temperatures climb again close to 80 degrees.
Milwaukee's at 61. This week, Microsoft founder Bill Gates, another tech giant, sounding the alarm about the rapid progression of the sector's own creation.
Not my problem.
Artificial intelligence. Report in Axios that OpenAI, Anthropic, Amazon, Microsoft, more than 100 other companies warning that the organizations now have only months to prepare for AI-enabled cyber attacks. I want to bring in Rich Franco, former special agent in charge of the FBI in New York. Rich, good morning. Outside of the alarming headline here, what troubles you from a law enforcement perspective about this report?
Yeah, so we already know that AI is being utilized for certain types of cyber attacks. It's usually more the fraud where you really just can't tell who is texting you, who is emailing you, or they're utilizing your likeness, your voice, to somehow try to hack or just steal from other people. That's what we kind of know as the AI threat. What this is saying is that that is child's play compared to what we're going to be getting into. That AI is actually going to be used now to identify holes in corporate cyber and or infrastructure cyber, and by doing that, something that would normally take hackers anywhere from 30, 60, 90 days or even longer to identify a hole might be done in hours or minutes, hours, or a day.
Rich Frankel is with us. He's former special agent in charge of the FBI in New York. So, Rich, without giving up our nation's secrets here, I have to imagine the FBI, other law enforcement agencies are also using AI, right, to combat AI.
I would imagine they are. I would hope they are. The issue I think we're having, though, is how far do you let AI go in these operations? Because it's already open source that AI on its own hacked companies with no direction from human contact. And so with that, we now have to be very careful about what the FBI or other agencies are doing, because they have to follow the laws. They have to, do whatever they're doing under the Constitution, utilize warrants, and also do things the way the FBI has always done it as far as investigation. And you now have almost a completely new type of being is the way to think about it. And so how do we go after that? AI is getting stronger and changing almost on a daily basis, definitely on a weekly basis. And because of that, it is harder for law enforcement to stay up to date on that without working with these private sector companies and without having the same ability to change that the bad guys have.
Rich, really appreciate your perspective this morning. Thank you.
Thank you.
That's a former special agent in charge, FBI, New York, Rich Frankel. It's another thing, too. FBI, we talk about profilers, right? They profile human behavior. How do you profile AI behavior as it's advancing so rapidly? How do you get inside that without using AI, but also then your AI goes haywire on you or hallucinates, as they say?
Yeah.
Interesting times ahead.
I don't get paid enough for this.
Good Karma Sports is proud to be an equal opportunity employer, providing equal employment, development, and advancement opportunities to all teammates and applicants. To learn more about careers with Good Karma Sports, please send an email to talentacquisition@goodkarmasports.com. That's talentacquisition@goodkarmasports.com.
Aches and pains, tried the shots, tried the medications, don't want surgery. Vince Vitrano here for Connect Chiropractic with a story from one of my fellow patients. Her name is Beth, and Beth was telling me her back and neck and the pain in that was so bad it actually was causing a tremor that went down both her arms. Said she couldn't pour a cup of coffee. Beth told me she was skeptical, didn't understand how chiropractic adjustments with no twisting, no cracking, no popping could help her feel better. But she also told me that just months into care with Connect Chiropractic, it's all gone. Results exceeding her expectations. She's also glad she held off on having that surgery. She is pouring her own coffee once again in Delafield, Wauwatosa, and Oak Creek. Give it a try. Go Connect Chiro. That's goconnectchiro.com.
Time for an update from the Gruber Law Office's One Call, That's All Sports Desk.
After a much-needed day off, Jackson Churio got right back into the swing of things, going 4 for 5 with 2 homers and 4 RBIs to help Jacob Misiorowski and the Brewers beat the Mets 8-2 to take the series. Up 2-0 in the second, a refreshed-looking Churio goes yard.
First pitch to Churio, a fly ball to right, deep, back goes Bench, track wall gone. 2-run home run for Jackson Churio, and the Brewers lead it 4-0.
4 runs was plenty for the Miz, who didn't have his best stuff, but we know he's still better than most on an off night. Misiorowski, who appeared to have some issues with his landing foot on the Slippery City Field mound, still ended up striking out 6 over 6 innings. The other noteworthy stat of the night was only 9 of the Miz's 95 pitches reached 100 miles per hour and none reaching 101, which is rare, but Brewers manager Pat Murphy isn't too concerned and was impressed with his tenacity to fight through it.
I thought he was great. I mean, I think you got to recognize that he was on point without his best stuff. He was slipping and sliding on the mound. Both feet, both left and right feet were slipping and sliding, but he still sucked it up.
The crew returns to AmFam Field tonight to open a 3-game series against the Texas Rangers. Logan Henderson will be on the bump for the Brewers. First pitch is set for 6:40. Coverage begins at 6:05 right here on WTMJ. Can we call this the LaFleur Brothers Bowl at Lambeau? I think we can, because the Packers will host the Arizona Cardinals in the final preseason game tonight, as brothers Matt and Mike LaFleur will be on opposite sidelines for the first time as head coaches in the NFL. Big night for the LaFleur family, but also a big night for players looking to make a final push for a roster spot. Here's WTMJ's Greg Matzik.
One component of a long and challenging weekend of roster construction for Packers GM Brian Gutekunst.
With these guys, maybe that we're trying to make some decisions on every team rep that they've had since the spring. We're watching and comparing, and it's never perfect, but at the same time, I think it's a good process.
The Packers roster must be trimmed from 90 to 53 by 3 o'clock the afternoon of August 30th.
I always kind of feel at this time we got more than 53 that are good enough to make it, and we're going to have to make those choices.
Greg Matzik, WTMJ News.
Now the long, dreadful wait for the real thing to start, which will be September 13th against the Vikings in Minnesota.
Hey, WTMJ's John Mercure here. You know where I like to shop? It's Griffin's Hub, and right now they've got something super cool. Join Griffin's Hub for 2 days of big savings and a great time. On Saturday, August 29th, and Labor Day, Monday only, choose from Griffin's Hub's huge selection of new and used vehicles priced to move. Some places have struggling inventory levels. Not Griffin's Hub. They're going to take care of you big time. Buy a vehicle on either day, August 29th or Labor Day, and drive home with your choice of a 55-inch flat-screen TV. Or how about a Blackstone 36-inch outdoor griddle? And when you just take a test drive, you'll receive a free metal tumbler. Don't miss your chance to save big and take home an incredible bonus gift from Griffin's Hub. These special offers are available for 2 days only, Saturday and Labor Day Monday. Head to Griffin's Hub to find your next new or used vehicle today. Griffin's Hub, where big savings and great deals are waiting for you. Your dog is more than a pet. It's a member of the family. WTMJ's John Mercure here. I feel that way about our 2 corgis. And boy, am I glad that I found Dog Guard of Wisconsin. Out-of-sight fencing. What that means is freedom for your pet, peace of mind for you, serving southern, eastern, central, and northeast Wisconsin. Keep your dog safe. Keep your dog happy. A local company that does it the right way every single day. Dog Guard of Wisconsin. DogGuardWI.com. The teams I trust are at Dog Guard. DogGuardWI.com.
Get all the help you need on your home with WTMJ's Fall Home Improvement Showcase, presented by Pella Windows and Doors of Wisconsin. Looking for that much-needed update before the cold weather arrives? Check out the services provided from our great partners at Appliance Gallery, Comfort Awnings, Ridgetop Exteriors, and Pella Windows and Doors of Wisconsin. For more information and to see what our partners can do for you and your home, visit WTMJ.com today. It's the Fall Home Improvement Showcase on WTMJ.
Traffic is sponsored by TaybackAttorneys.com. Social Security benefits denied? Call Tayback for the payback. Unable to work due to health problems? Let Tayback help you get approved for the Social Security benefits you're entitled to. Call Tayback for the payback. TaybackAttorneys.com.
Our featured sponsor on this week's Home Improvement Showcase, presented by Pella Windows and Doors of Wisconsin, is Ridgetop Exteriors.
WTMJ, W277CV, and WKTI HD2 Milwaukee. From the Annex Wealth Management Studios, this is News Radio WTMJ, a Good Karma sports station.
6:52. Debbie, what's happening on the drive?
We've got delays northbound on 4394 starting around Chase all the way into the Marquette, where you will find an accident. That's right in the middle of the Marquette interchange. Left lane is blocked with that crash, so keep that in mind. Give yourself that extra time. We got westbound 94 slowing down just west of 35th Street to Hawley Road. Eastbound now starting to slow down from about 76th Street all the way to Hawley Road as well. Otherwise, everything else looks good. I'm Debbie Lazago with your WTMJ Time Saver Traffic.
Got a good one for you today. Mostly sunny skies and a high of 80 degrees. Chances Saturday and Sunday for some showers and storms. Saturday's high 80, 85 on Sunday. Milwaukee's at 61. Right now by ESPN's Gabe Neitzel. Would rather not be talking about this, nor would the Green Bay Packers, but we have the news that Josh Jacobs now faces misdemeanor charges in connection with his arrest back in May. Gabe, I guess my question for you is, there apparently is video. At some point, that video will come out. Secondary, of course, to the nature of the charges and the seriousness of the alleged criminal behavior. But as far as the Packers are concerned, and a looming suspension, you would think, for Jacobs, does the NFL act now? before the video comes out, but what if the video is worse than what they thought? Like, what can the NFL do?
I mean, the NFL can basically do whatever they want. Now, they've been inconsistent in how they've kind of handled some of these things. Yes. So the first example is Stephon Diggs was facing criminal charges last year. They allowed that to play out in the court system. He played all of last year, and then this offseason, he actually went through his trial, and he was acquitted. So nothing is going to happen to Stephon Diggs. James Pierce just got suspended. He was charged with a felony, came to an agreement, and he has been suspended by the league. But back in, I want to say it was 2017, Ezekiel Elliott never faced criminal charges, but he got the 6 games under the CBA for domestic violence charges or accusations, and he got the full 6 games. So the league's been kind of inconsistent. Sometimes they'll let it play out in the legal system. Sometimes they try to step in front and be proactive. So that's where a lot of the mystery still comes from, because the league hasn't been super consistent in how they've handled it in terms of getting out in front or letting the legal system play out.
So and I'm sorry, Vinny, just looking at some of those other cases, you're absolutely right, Gabe, because sometimes they'll act, sometimes they won't. Mm-hmm. And when you also look at what's going on with the 49ers owner, Jed York, I mean, now the NFL has, they have that to deal with now that's more immediate as opposed to Josh Jacobs' case that happened back in May.
For those who are unaware, Jed York arrested in Ohio earlier, at least it came out earlier this week, that trying to solicit prostitution. So that's a whole, bag of worms for one of their owners that they also have to deal with on top of all of this. But I'm assuming the league has been on top of this, that they have been following it with great interest. When we talked with Adam Schefter earlier this week, or the last time we talked to Schefter about it, he had mentioned 2 weeks ago that he felt like the league was going to have some sort of decision made before the season started, one way or the other, which makes me think that the league, the Packers, were kind of aware of what was coming and kind of aware of the evidence that Brown County had against Josh Jacobs.
And now, here's our expert Gabe Neitzel's prediction of everything that's going to happen and the exact score of the game.
Why don't you just tell me the score of the Packers
preseason
game?
Like, I knew it's coming this time,
preseason.
And it still hits. That's how you know that Pancake has created something memorable, because I knew what was happening and I still couldn't stop from giggling.
Final game of the preseason tonight, the LaFleur Bowl, as it were.
Yeah, the LaFleur Love, because they also have a Jay Love, Jeremiah Love, who's their rookie running back. Bo Melton's brother is on the Cardinals, so there's a lot of symmetry between. A lot of symmetry between these two teams, and I just could not care any less.
Well, none of our frontline guys are going to play for the most part.
No,
right?
This is full on a JV NFL game.
Okay,
this is strictly for maybe some guys in the back end of the roster. Justice Mosqueda, who works for Acme Packing Company, does a great job. He had an article earlier this week saying maybe there's 6 roster spots up for grabs. There's some positional battles and who's going to play what position and what's going to be the pecking order. There's still some of that needs to be decided, and that can be decided before the Packers play the Vikings in week 1. But mostly the roster's decided. We're just kind of playing out the string of the final 60 minutes because the league says we have to play a third preseason game.
That one will be tonight at Lambeau Field, 7 o'clock kick.
Did I do a good job of selling that?
Bay. That's about right.
Was I too honest?
It worked. 6:57 on Wisconsin's Morning News.
These are your business headlines from the Milwaukee Business Journal.
A premium fitness club called Kaizen comes to Bayshore Mall this fall. Total build-out costs are $3 million for the club, which will include a cafe along with its fitness operations. IndyCar Racing returns to the Milwaukee Mile at State Fair Park this weekend for the 3rd consecutive year. Snap-on Makers and Fixers 250 takes place on Saturday, followed by the Snap-on Milwaukee Mile 250 on Sunday. Target Corporation prepares to bring its beauty studio concept to 17 Wisconsin stores on September 10th. That will include 8 in the Milwaukee area as the retailer ends its partnership with specialty retailer Ulta Beauty. I'm Linda Spice for MilwaukeeBusinessJournal.com on 620 WTMJ.
Heart disease won't stop us. Diabetes won't slow us down. Allergies, high blood pressure, shoulder pain, cancer. Nothing will keep us from pushing Wisconsin ahead. Because with the Freighter and the Medical College of Wisconsin Health Network, forward progress is what we stand for. That means always pushing and always innovating. With new technologies and breakthrough treatments that make life better, whether we're sick or well. It means providing more convenience and more ways to receive medical excellence for all your health needs, for big and small. It means being there for you, our family, caring for yours. So let's keep raising the bar. Let's keep testing the limits of what medicine can do. Let's push ahead and make life here as great as it can be. Visit Freighter.com to find out how.
If you're planning any home updates this fall, don't miss the Steinhoffel's Labor Day sale. Right now, you can save up to 30% on furniture and home decor. Plus, get a free 65 or 85-inch TV with a qualifying purchase. Perfect for football season. You'll also save big on all the top mattress brands with 60 months of 0% financing. But don't wait. These Labor Day savings won't last. Shop in store. Tell them Jessica Ty sent you. Or online at steinhoffels.com.
988 Wisconsin Lifeline. How can I help you?
Share hope, find purpose when you become a 988 Lifeline counselor. The 988 Wisconsin Lifeline provides free and confidential support to anyone in crisis. 988 has experienced tremendous growth and more statewide counselors are needed. Staffed by Family Services, 988 counselors work remotely, are offered competitive compensation, benefits, and training. Apply today at 988lifelinecounselor.org. Family Services is an equal opportunity employer.
Paid for by grants from SAMHSA and the Wisconsin Department of Health Services.
Transform your home today. Exterior Pros. Trust the pros.
Texas is coming to town. And the crew is ready to ride.
Fly ball center field. Back Lara. Still back. Warning track wall. Leaping. He caught it.
The Brewers take on the Rangers tonight at American Family Field. Our Brewers Radio Network game day coverage starts at 6:05. Don't miss a pitch on the home of the Brewers, WTMJ.
Just after 7 o'clock, I'm Vince Vitrano on Wisconsin's Morning News. Friday, August 28th, our top story. A stalking investigation leads to the find of human remains in Fond du Lac.
I'm Telly Hughes in for Eric Bilstad. Could video evidence help Packers running back Josh Jacobs' defense?
I'm Debbie Laziga. We've got delays northbound on 4394 starting from before Oklahoma Avenue all the way up to the Marquette, where there is an accident blocking the left lane right in the Marquette. Right now from Layton Avenue to downtown, usually a 6-minute ride. We're up to 8. Adding on to your ride, so that is going to be a bit of a headache. Westbound on 94, backing up just past 35th Street all the way to Hawley Road. Eastbound slowing down from 76th Street to Hawley Road as well. I'm Debbie Laziga with your WTMJ Time Saver Traffic.
Storm team forecast, 80 degrees your high temperature today. Skies mostly sunny and a low of 64 tonight. Milwaukee's at 64, and from the WTMJ Breaking News Center, man now under investigation accused of stalking an ex-girlfriend for 13 years, but there's more. It led police to find skeletal remains inside his home. Fond du Lac County Sheriff's Office says they found multiple skulls while searching the home during a stalking investigation. The prosecutor in the case is David Olson.
The defendant has been attempting to get into contact with her. He sent her letters, sent letters to her mother, hoping to get her current address while she was out of the country. He sent letters to her place of work, to her new home, and the victim is unsure how he got her home address or how he learned of her partner and child.
The victim in this case says she and Larson dated for only about 2 months back in 2013.
The Brown County District Attorney formally charges Packers running back Josh Jacobs following a domestic incident at his residence in May.
According to the criminal complaint, surveillance video from Jacobs' garage shows he grabbed his girlfriend and threw her to the ground, causing her to strike her head. Jacobs then took her phone. She stayed on the ground for a while before struggling to walk back into the house. Jacobs is charged with 1 count of misdemeanor battery and 1 count of misdemeanor criminal damage to property. Each charge carries a maximum penalty of 9 months in jail and a $10,000 fine. Greg Matzik, WTMJ News.
Overnight, another round in the fight of President Trump's executive order on restricting mail-in balloting. ABC's Sophie Flay.
A judge has blocked the Trump administration's new rule that would restrict voting by mail. The temporary order blocks the Postal Service from increasing its oversight of mail-in voting. The judge saying it would be practically impossible for states to comply with the rule for the upcoming midterm elections. Experts say the battle over the new rule will likely end up at the Supreme Court.
The Wisconsin Department of Justice joined a coalition of states in suing the U.S. Postal Service over the new mail-in voting rule, saying it could disrupt the fall election and prevent some eligible voters from getting their ballots.
The death toll in Nepal has topped 500 people, while more than 1,500 remain missing. News Nation's Marcus Espinoza.
The images do not get any easier to look at out of Nepal and China. They're just tragic. Mud, water, and debris for really as far as the eye can see. And this morning, rescuers are working against the clock to not only find anyone who may still be trapped, but also before rainstorms roll in, which could further hinder search and rescue efforts there and make a situation that's bad worse.
The U.S. State Department says about 90 Americans are among the missing. 3 Americans have been rescued, and so far, there's no word any American deaths so far.
A teenager from Twin Lakes is facing charges accused of sexually targeting minors through Snapchat.
19-year-old Austin Scaletta admitted to asking a 13-year-old to perform sexual acts over the platform. He also allegedly saved 9 explicit images and videos of a 16-year-old in the Snapchat conversations. He's facing 12 felonies for possession of child pornography and exposing a child to harmful material. The sheriff's office says none of the incidents happened at Wilmot High School, where Scaletta used to volunteer. Elizabeth Linton in WTMJ News.
Coming up, they're still dealing with lead in Milwaukee public schools.
Outdoor Living Unlimited WTMJ News time is 7:05.
News is brought to you by Margot Media. Margot Media, digital marketing done right.
For growing businesses, digital marketing shouldn't be a gamble. If your business needs results, not guesswork, it's time for a different approach. At Margot Media, we deliver real results for businesses in an evolving digital world. Backed by data, guided by strategy, and focused on actionable outcomes. We partner with businesses of all sizes to drive growth locally or nationwide. Set up a free consultation today. Visit us at marglemedia.com. That's MARGLE media.com.
Hi, this is Mike from Infinity Exteriors. Most contractors cut corners and disappear when there's a problem. Not us. Since 1997, we've completed over 60,000 projects, earned thousands of 5-star reviews, and were named 2025 Roofing Magazine Contractor of the Year. We set the standard for exterior remodeling. Trusted by homeowners, proven every single day. We're excited to show you why choosing Infinity means peace of mind. Visit infinityexteriors.com to see why your neighbors trust Infinity.
Man, I love this place. I've been surfing here since I was a kid. Now, seeing my grandson out on the water, it means everything to me. Watching him and taking in the blue waves, the sea breeze, the blurry horizon.
If you have geographic atrophy, or GA, subtle changes in vision could mean it's progressing toward irreversible vision loss. Izervay is proven to slow GA progression and could help preserve your vision for longer, so you may keep seeing the world around you. Izervay, or avacincaptad pegol, is an eye injection. Don't take it if you have an infection or active swelling in or around your eye. Izervay can cause eye infection, retinal detachment, or increased risk of wet AMD. Izervay may cause blood in the white of the eye, blurred vision, or a temporary increase in eye pressure. Do not drive or use machinery until vision has recovered after an eye injection or exam. Ask your retina specialist how you can slow your GA with Izervay. To learn more, call 1-855-IZERVAY or go to izervay.com. Paid for by Astellas Pharma.
It's the most wonderful time of year at Staples. They've got back-to-school supplies as low as 25 cents, up to 40% off select tech, and more at staples.com/back-to-school. Staples, that was easy.
Get your rock-solid guaranteed pre-approval to buy at accunet.com.
Outdoor Living Unlimited WTMJ News time is 7:07.
Brewers back home tonight, and the Packers close out the preseason in Green Bay. Sports at 7:15.
Milwaukee Public Schools is starting another school year with lead work still underway in some buildings.
Some spaces in MPS buildings remain closed because lead remediation isn't finished. The district says they are prepared for any new lead findings in active buildings.
Say a child bumps against a wall and there's a chip. Principals are trained now to know that that is a priority work order. We come out, they get it fixed right away.
MPS Superintendent Dr. Brenda Caselius tells WTMJ.
You had a building that could hold, say, 500 kids, but only 100 and something kids were in there, and you're only using, 6-7 classrooms. Then we closed off those classrooms, but most of them are getting finished.
Nizer Spencer, WTMJ News.
Lead paint stabilization work across nearly 100 MPS buildings were completed last December.
Outdoor Living Unlimited, WTMJ News Time 7:09.
This report is brought to you by Siding Unlimited. It's siding and a whole lot more. Visit sidingunlimited.com.
Time to upgrade your windows that are failing, drafty, foggy, or just flat out unbearable to deal with. This is Aaron Brown with my brother and business partner, Eric Brown.
At Siding Unlimited, we install beautiful, energy-efficient windows designed to make your home more comfortable and affordable to maintain.
Choose the rich, natural look of wood, stylish and proven vinyl, or the incredible strength and durability of fiberglass, all built to battle every Wisconsin season.
New windows installed by Siding Unlimited don't just transform how your home looks, they help lower energy bills, reduce outside noise, and maximize natural light in every room, making your home brighter on sunny days.
Trust the local family-operated Siding Unlimited to be the company of choice for your next window project. Proven to be the best by earning Pella's prestigious Platinum Premier National Certified Contractor of the Year Award 5 times.
Siding Unlimited. Experience, integrity, craftsmanship. Call Siding Unlimited at 262-567-4513 or visit sidingunlimited.com today.
At 7:09, let's get an update on the roads here, Deb.
Well, things along northbound 4394, not getting too much better. It is pretty much a solid ride up from just before Oklahoma Avenue all the way into the Marquette interchange, all because of an accident in the Marquette. It's actually got the outer lanes blocked now, so you just have the center lane to work with here heading through the Marquette, so big old headache there. Eastbound 94, we've got delays from just before 76th Street to Holly Road. Everything else is actually looking pretty good. The westbound side's kind of ease up a little bit. I'm Debbie Lazago with your WTMJ Time Saver Traffic.
From TMJ4, I'm meteorologist Brendan Johnson with your Storm Team forecast. Lots of sunshine out there for our Friday, and we'll look for a few afternoon clouds as temperatures climb close to around 80 degrees. Lake breeze is expected to push through later this afternoon. Partly cloudy tonight, lows dip back only into the mid-60s. Mix of sunshine and cloud cover for our Saturday, and then we'll look for the chance of late-day showers and perhaps even a few rumbles of thunder as high temperatures climb again close to 80 degrees.
Milwaukee's at 64.
Live from the Annex Wealth Management Studios at the Avenue in downtown Milwaukee, this is Wisconsin's Morning News. Now, here are your hosts, Vince Vitrano and Telly Hughes.
Good to have you with us on this Friday morning. Telly in for Eric today as we take you up until 10 o'clock on Wisconsin's Morning News. Got a couple of stories here that I put in the same segment. They're related only in that they both involve the NFL, but they are quite clearly very different stories. You got former Cowboys quarterback and now a commentator for CBS, Burlington's Tony Romo, now facing additional citations, not charges, citations, in connection with his arrest on suspicion of OWI in Milwaukee. So we have new information on that. I'll get to that in a moment. First, want to break down in a little bit greater detail the criminal charges now facing Green Bay Packers running back Josh Jacobs. The Brown County District Attorney has now charged Jacobs in connection with that incident outside of Green Bay back in late May. The charges are battery and criminal damage to property.
Yeah, so it's sort of a mixed bag for Mr. Jacobs. Obviously, he should be very happy he's not charged with felonies as he was originally arrested for, but obviously these are still very serious criminal cases. These are misdemeanors.
That's criminal defense attorney Jonathan Lavoie. Now, he's not part of this case, but he joined Wisconsin's Afternoon News to offer his perspective on what's in that criminal complaint. The criminal complaint, and I've read through it, Telly, it suggests that there is video of Jacobs in a physical fight with his girlfriend. The two were apparently arguing, the girlfriend going through Jacobs' phone, accusing him of texting other women. And that's how this all escalated.
Well, these kinds of fights happen all the time, so it's very common for me to see fights over jealousy and over phones and over texting girls or guys and those types of things. So this is pretty standard that could obviously happen to anyone, including a professional football player. But what I think stands out at me is the video evidence might be very helpful to the prosecution in this case, because it's not going to be just Mr. Jacobs' words versus the victim, but there may be some video evidence that would say support what the girl is claiming occurred. So I think the video evidence is going to be very damaging to Mr. Jacobs, depending on how clear the video evidence really is.
Again, that's criminal defense attorney Jonathan Lavoie talking with John and Julia on Wisconsin's Afternoon News. The charges carry the potential for prison time, though Lavoie said even upon conviction, if it's a first offense, you often see probation. Jacobs is not due for his initial appearance on the charges, however, until November, which means additional charges could still be filed. It means a lot of things can happen between now and then. Could see a plea agreement, Telly.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. You most likely will. Well, I'm not going to say what most likely is going to happen because we don't know and we haven't seen the video for ourselves. But like you said, Vince, there's a lot of things that could take place between now and that court date. But this is quite bizarre because you don't know where this leaves the NFL and what they may do, what they may not do. Will they let this legal process play out, or will they've been doing their own investigation? Will they make their own decision?
So all of that remains to be seen. The NFL may or may not take action against Jacobs before then. On this far less serious note, at least in terms of the situation.
Where are you coming from?
The golf course. And I'm going to meet Grandma and Grandpa.
A body camera video from Milwaukee police. Burlington native Tony Romo popped with 3 additional citations now. These are not criminal charges. They're essentially traffic tickets. They're stemming from his arrest last month, picked up on suspicion of OWI in Milwaukee, however, had not received a citation for that until now. Romo initially got a citation for refusing a breathalyzer test, so that was his first ticket. He now faces 3 additional citations: first offense OWI, unsafe passing, and possession of open intoxicants in the vehicle. Now, Romo can, if he chooses, challenge any of that in court. He has a court date set for late September. He could just pay the tickets and be done with it, which is essentially a guilty plea.
But it's also interesting that weeks after the incident, they have gone back to give him more citations. So apparently the video showed more than what they initially thought should be the case.
So we'll see what Romo decides to do on that. He does, for now, remain on indefinite leave from his NFL analyst job with CBS. His future with that network, for the moment, remains uncertain. 7:15, we have actual sports. Up next on Wisconsin's Morning News.
Bark and Scratch Outpost. We know you love your pets. They love you too, so don't forget. Your pets are happy when you take good care of them. Meow. Your pets are happy when you take good care of them.
Come on down, you will see.
We do it naturally. MilwaukeePetFood.com. Bark and Scratch Outpost.
Our friendly staff is available 7 days a week to show you a variety of high-quality, local, and national brand pet foods. Be sure to visit our freezer area for a large selection of diets and bones. Bark and Scratch Outpost, 5835 West Blue Mound Road. Leashed pets are always welcome. At Bark and Scratch Outpost, we think outside the bag.
Come on down, you will see.
We do it naturally. MilwaukeePetFood.com. Bark and Scratch Outpost.
A new deck from Outdoor Living Unlimited is built to last. We are Wisconsin's #1 TimberTech deck installation team. For amazing ideas, go to Outdoor Living Unlimited's Instagram page. For a free estimate, go to OutdoorLivingUnlimited.com.
Time for an update from the Gruber Law Office's One Call, That's All Sports Desk.
After a much-needed day off, Jackson Churio got right back into the swing of things, going 4 for 5 with 2 homers and 4 RBIs to help Jacob Misiorowski and the Brewers beat the Mets 8-2 to take the series. Up 2-0 in the second, a refreshed-looking Churio goes yard.
First pitch to Churio, a fly ball to right, deep. Back goes Bench, track wall gone. 2-run home run for Jackson Churio, and the Brewers lead it 4-0.
4 runs was plenty for the Miz, who didn't have his best stuff, but we know he's still better than most on an off night. The Miz, who appeared to have some issues with his landing foot on the slippery Citi Field mound, still ended up striking out 6 over 6 innings. The other noteworthy stat of the night was only 9 of the Miz's 95 pitches reached 100 and none reaching 101, which is rare, but Brewers manager Pat Murphy isn't too concerned and was impressed with his tenacity to fight through it.
I thought he was great. I mean, I think you got to recognize that he was on point without his best stuff. He was slipping and sliding on the mound. Both feet, both left and right feet were slipping and sliding, but he still sucked it up.
The crew returns to AmFam Field tonight to open a 3-game series against the Texas Rangers. Logan Henderson will be on the bump for the Brewers. First pitch is set for 6:40. Coverage begins at 6:05 right here on WTMJ. Can we call this the LaFleur Brothers Bowl at Lambeau? Yes, we can, because the Packers will host the Arizona Cardinals in the final preseason game tonight, as brothers Matt and Mike LaFleur will be on opposite sidelines for the first time as head coaches in the NFL. Big night for the LaFleur family, but also a big night for players who want to make a final push for a roster spot. Here's WTMJ's Greg Matzik.
One component of a long and challenging weekend of roster construction for Packers GM Brian Gutekunst.
You know, with these guys, maybe that we're trying to make some decisions on every team rep that they've had since the spring. We're watching and comparing, and it's never perfect, but at the same time, I think it's a good process.
The Packers roster must be trimmed from 90 to 53 by 3 o'clock the afternoon of August 30th.
I always kind of feel at this time we got more than 53 that are good enough to make it, and we're going to have to make those choices.
Greg Matzik, WTMJ News.
Now, Vince, the dreadful wait for the real thing, which kicks off September 13th against the Vikings in Minnesota.
Training camp always feels long. Preseason always feels long now that we even only have 3 games, much less we used to have 4.
Yeah.
It just feels like the NFL season will never start.
It does.
It's never going to be here. 7:20 on Wisconsin's Morning News.
Welcome back to Ask Hasslis.
Are your employee-free Hasslis showroom some kind of big viral prank?
We simply let you try our selection of Beauty Rest, Sealy Posturepedic, and more without commission-crazy salespeople breathing down your neck.
Sure you do.
And through Monday, get a free adjustable base with the purchase of a select Sealy Posturepedic or Beauty Rest mattress, plus free next-day delivery.
So shopping at Hasslis won't make me TikTok famous?
Absolutely not.
Darn.
Find an employee-free showroom near you at Hasslis.com.
Special. Vince Vitrano for Racine Country Club. Had a lot of guests out for rounds of golf at RCC this year as I've been a new member. Had a good friend who belongs to another very fine club in our area, but my friend kept using the word special to describe Racine Country Club. We really do have a unique piece of property in the Root River Valley. It's quiet, it's scenic. See hawks all the time, deer, saw a fox the other day. Sounds of the Root River kind of rushing on by. The golf course is great, but more than that, the whole place is special. You know, golf is supposed to be relaxing. If you don't golf, you know, people say, oh, that's relaxing. Well, anybody who actually golfs knows it's sometimes hard to relax playing the game, especially if you're having a crummy round. But even when that's happening out at RCC, you do find it pretty easy to relax, to feel grateful that you're there. Special. Still plenty of time to join us on the golf course this season. RacineCountryClub.com.
Hey, John Mercure here for Azura Memory Care and Assisted Living. Their mission is to transform the culture of care. They specialize in caring for those with early to late-stage Alzheimer's or other related dementia symptoms, and they offer early memory loss classes to help you. They specialize in this area. It's kindness at the core, locations throughout southeast Wisconsin. It's compassion, it's empathy. It's Wisconsin-based and family-owned, always welcoming people to come tour and welcome their new residents. I've seen their places. They're top-notch. It's Azura Memory Care and Assisted Living.
Get the help you need Saturday morning with How To Radio. At 7, it's the WTMJ Fix-It Show with David Nason, featuring this week's guests, Old-Fashioned Roofing and Trees on the Move. At 9, plan your dream vacation with the Fox World Travel Show. And at 10, get financial guidance during Money Talk. Contact Annex Wealth Management for an unbiased review of your investments at annexwealth.com. How To Radio, Saturday mornings on WTMJ.
Whether it's a sudden injury or pain that builds over years of hard work, Pivot Work Injury Law stands up for injured workers across Wisconsin. Contact Pivot Work Injury Law for a risk-free consultation.
Traffic is brought to you by Pivot Work Injury Law. Worn down by work, contact Pivot Work Injury Law today. Debbie.
Delays northbound 4394 starting at the Plainfield curve all the way to the Marquette. The outer lanes are blocked with a crash in the Marquette. Only the center lane is getting through, so give yourself tons of time to get through that. Other than that, we got westbound 94 slowing from 175 to Hawley Road. Eastbound backed up from 84th Street all the way to 35th. We got some traffic slowing down a bit on northbound 41 as well, heading right past Hampton. I'm Debbie Lazago with your WTMJ Time Saver Traffic.
The WTMJ Weekend Forecast is sponsored by Big Fish Contracting. Visit bigfishcontracting.com to see how they're renovating homes and redeeming an industry. Tune into today's Brewers pregame show for the Big Fish Roof Update. And today is going to be mostly sunny, high of 80 degrees. Tonight, partly cloudy with a low of 64. Saturday, partly cloudy, chance of some evening showers and storms, high of 80 degrees. And Sunday, partly cloudy and very warm, chances of showers and storms, high of 85.
I don't know how you are with cars and automobile maintenance, but I don't know anything about cars.
They can make up anything. Nobody knows. By the way, you need a new Johnson rod in here. Oh, Johnson rod. Yeah, well, you better put one of those on.
Okay, our cars now are actually pretty good at telling us what's wrong with them. You got the little lights, the icons, the pings and the dings, the bing, ding, ding, ding.
Yeah. The noises you don't like to hear.
Generally, yeah. Not usually good news. In this month's Driver's Ed with Debbie, we're going to take a closer look at the language our cars use to tell us what's going on.
No. What is that? You know that moment. You start the car and some little light pops up on the dashboard and you stare at it for a second like, is something broken? Can I still drive? Do I need to deal with this right now? Katie Allenson gets those questions all the time.
Oh, I can name off a number of dashboard symbols that people misunderstand. And that's just because they ask me, what does this mean? They'll take a picture of it and they'll send it to me and say, this is going off in my car. Do I need to worry about it?
Allenson is a human factors expert at Ford Motor Company. She also chairs the Vehicle Controls and Displays Committee at the SAE, Society of Automotive Engineers, and the International Standards Organization. So yeah, she would be the person her friends text a picture of their dashboard to. And there's one she sees a lot.
The one that stands out the most for me is tire pressure monitor. And that's the one that says maybe your tire's low or there's a fault in the sensor.
You know the one. It kind of looks like a flat tire if you squint and tilt your head a little. But even before you figure out the picture, the color is telling you something.
So the color coding has some legal meaning, but it's mostly for visibility and for urgency.
So red gets your attention. Yellow or amber, there's a problem or something you need to know about, but generally not quite as urgent. Green usually means something is on and working normally. And if you see blue...
So if your high beams are on, that will always be blue.
There you go. But here's where it gets interesting. Some dashboard symbols are confusing because they're old. Really old.
Some of these symbols seem impossible because they have been around for a very long time.
Think about the little phone handset on the steering wheel button. That old school receiver shape. There are kids driving now who may have never had a phone in their house that actually looked like that. But we still know it's a phone.
And we just don't change them because so many people in the market are familiar with it already. So we're just not going to change that handset to like a smartphone design because it's already understood, it's recognized, even though that metaphor isn't quite accurate anymore.
And when a brand new symbol does need to be created, it's not somebody sitting at a desk just doodling until one looks good. Engineers and designers come up with options, people test them, different countries test them, and that whole process can take a year, sometimes two, because ideally that little picture has to make sense whether you're driving here or in Timbuktu.
And symbols give us an opportunity to speak a common language amongst all these different drivers and different OEMs in different countries.
Which is pretty wild when you think about it. Your dashboard is full of this tiny language we've all sort of learned without realizing we were learning it. And one symbol Allenson wishes more people noticed. It's not a warning light. This one just saves you from pulling up to the gas pump on the wrong side.
It's something so simple. It's just this little arrow that indicates what side your gas tank is on. So I wish people understood that.
That tiny arrow next to the gas pump picture, that's it. Arrows point left, gas cap's on the left. Points right, you get it. One less lap around the gas station. So the next time your dashboard lights up, remember, somebody probably spent months, maybe years, deciding exactly what that tiny picture should say. And you've only got a second or two to understand it. Debbie Lazaga, WTMJ News.
Well, that's what that's for. News about your money this morning. Thank you, Debbie. And the WTMJ Annex Wealth Management Market Update. The Dow Jones Industrial up 106 points in trading on Thursday to 53,569. The NASDAQ was up 1.5% to 26,541. S&P 500 at 7731 was up 0.75%. Financial planning at every level. Annex Comprehensive Wealth, Annex Private Client, Annex Ignite, AnnexWealth.com.
Hi, thanks for calling Uline.
Wait, did the phone even ring?
Nope.
Okay, so you answered before the ring. But now you're going to put me on hold, right?
We don't do that here. We're real people answering the phone, ready to help with your order when you are.
Uline has thousands of quality products for your business and warehouse needs, always in stock, ready to ship same day, and backed by Uline's legendary 24/7 customer service. Uline, we warehouse for you.
Take your family to the amazing Mineshaft restaurant in Hartford for the all-you-can-eat Wednesday and Friday haddock fish fry for $8.99. Wow. You'll pay twice that elsewhere. Desserts or buy one, get one free. Google The Mineshaft. Call and reserve your table, The Mineshaft.
Hi, I'm Kirsten Hildebrand of Hildebrand Law Firm. Since 2001, we've proudly helped Milwaukee families and business owners protect what matters most. We combine the experience of a larger law firm with the personal attention you deserve. We take the time to listen, explain your options, and create a plan that's right for you. When the stakes are high, you need trusted legal advocates who will stand by your side every step of the way. Protect your family, your legacy, and your peace of mind. Visit hildebrandlawfirm.net to schedule a consultation today.
Has your doctor told you it's time to lose weight? Milwaukee Weight Loss helps people lose 20 to 40 pounds naturally in about 60 days without injections or extreme workouts. Get $200 off through August 31st. Schedule your free consultation at MilwaukeeWeightLoss.com. Results may vary.
Brew Crew Tuesdays are back on September 8th.
Fly ball center field. It's hit well. Grisham back. It is gone!
Catch the Brewers on local TV as they battle the Chicago Cubs.
Got him swinging. Throw him a curveball. It's 11 Ks for Mizorowski.
This edition of Brew Crew Tuesdays is presented by Pella Windows and Doors of Wisconsin. Tune in September 8th at 6:40 on Fox 6 in Milwaukee, or check your local listings to watch the game.
News, I'm Sherry Preston. As search teams continue looking for survivors in Nepal, there are worries about possibly more flash flooding and mudslides like the one that killed over 500 people this week. ABC's Britt Clennett is in Kathmandu.
Helicopters have been whirring overhead, ferrying in supplies and pulling out survivors simply because so many roads and bridges have been washed away. American help is already rolling in, a pledge of $500,000, but this is a gigantic task hampered by monsoon rains and more warnings that landslides and floods could strike again.
Almost 1,000 people are still unaccounted for. 2 LaGuardia air traffic controllers left work early on the night of the deadly collision between an Air Canada plane and an emergency vehicle earlier this year. Now, ABC News has learned the FAA wants the controllers fired. 2 pilots were killed in the collision. Jury deliberations begin for another day in the Lindsay Clancy murder trial in Massachusetts. She killed her children but says she was suffering from postpartum psychosis at the time. This is ABC News.
Northbound 4394, a slow ride right out of the Plainfield curve all the way up into the Marquette, where you will find an accident. The outer lanes are blocked right now with this accident, so it is just going to be a big old headache heading through that area. My suggestion would be to take the lovely scenic lakefront route, because this roadway is not it's not going to be fun to sit on. Westbound 94, backups right through the stadium interchange to about Hawley Road, starting around 35th Street. The eastbound side's backing up from 84th to Hawley, and then from Mitchell Boulevard to 35th. I'm Debbie Lazaga with your WTMJ Time Saver Traffic.
Perfect day today, high of 80 degrees. Skies mostly sunny, partly cloudy, and a low of 64 tonight. Right now at 64 in Milwaukee. And from the WTMJ Breaking News Center, 3 new citations filed against former Dallas Cowboys quarterback Burlington's Tony Romo following his arrest on suspicion of operating while intoxicated in Milwaukee last month.
Where are you coming from?
The golf course. And I'm going to meet Grandma and Grandpa.
It's audio from police body camera video. Romo being stopped on the freeway July 23rd. Court documents show Romo has been cited for first offense operating while intoxicated, unsafe passing, and possession of open intoxicants in the vehicle. He had earlier received a citation for refusing to take a breathalyzer test. He is due in court he can contest those citations in court September 21st.
Surveillance video will likely be the key evidence in the case against Packers running back Josh Jacobs. He's now being formally charged with misdemeanor battery and damage to criminal property after a domestic violence incident in May. Criminal defense attorney Jonathan Lavoie tells Wisconsin's Afternoon News he expects it to eventually be made public.
The video evidence might tip the scales in favor of the prosecution, and they may not need as much cooperation from the alleged victim if all of this stuff is on video. And quite frankly, from the NFL's perspective, if the video looks really bad, that's the kind of stuff that shows up on TMZ and other websites, and that can be very harmful to Mr. Jacobs' football career.
Lavoie believes the state pursued misdemeanor charges because they couldn't meet the burden of proof for a felony. Jacobs is due in court November 17th.
The Ithaca School District mourning the death of a student after a farming accident.
High school freshman Briggs Maxwell was seriously injured in an accident involving a skid loader in the town of Ithaca. Richland County Sheriff's Office says he died from a head injury. Maxwell played as a running back and linebacker on the varsity football team, and his father is an assistant coach. The school district has canceled Ithaca-Weston football game. Jessica Gatso, WTMJ News.
Milwaukee Public Schools is heading into the new school year with about half as many teacher vacancies as it had a year ago. Superintendent Dr. Brenda Caselius.
We still have a lot of work to do. 60 openings is not where we ultimately want to be, but it represents real progress. We are entering this school year in a much stronger position than we were a year ago.
Caselius says literacy remains a top academic priority, and the district is working to reduce elementary class sizes. More than 60,000 MPS students returned to the classroom on Tuesday.
Coming up, remember the Milwaukee Lion? When everybody thought there was a lion.
Right.
Got another story, sounds pretty similar. That's next.
Outdoor Living
Retirement
Unlimited.
today looks very different than it did a generation ago. People are living longer, healthcare costs continue to rise, and taxes can take a bigger bite out of retirement income than many expect. That's why planning for retirement takes more than simply saving money. Drake & Associates helps Wisconsin retirees create strategies designed to coordinate income, taxes, Social Security, and investments into one comprehensive plan. Right now, they're offering a free retirement toolkit to listeners. It includes Tony Drake's book, Get Retirement Ready, along with 5 bonus guides focused on tax-efficient retirement planning and long-term income strategies. Call 414-897-9522 or text TAX, T-A-X, to 414-897-9522 to get your free retirement toolkit.
Drake & Associates, LLC is an independent investment advisory firm that offers a variety of different investment vehicles. This commercial is provided for informational purposes only and should not be construed as individual investment advice. Drake & Associates, LLC does not provide legal or tax advice. Past performance is not indicative of future performance.
Boats, boats, boats. The great moving sale is underway at Center Point Marine in Pewaukee. New and used boats at bargain prices. Boat parts and accessories, life jackets and water skis. Everything must go. The great moving sale ends Labor Day weekend. Shop early for best selection. Corner of Highway 16 and Capitol Drive. Learn more at centerpointmarine.com. Be there.
For more than a century, Curative Care has been helping children, adults, and families across southeast Wisconsin navigate developmental disabilities and find the support they need to thrive. Curative helps families every step of the way, from early childhood through adulthood, connecting parents with resources, providing guidance during challenging times, and creating a community where people truly belong. If you know someone who may be looking for answers and support for a loved one with developmental disabilities, visit curative.org today.
Outdoor Living Unlimited WTMJ News Time is 7:37.
Miz said he didn't have his best stuff. We'll talk about why that was and how it was still enough for the crew as we come home tonight. Sports at 7:45. A lioness and a cub may be on the loose in central Indiana. News Nation's Claire Curry.
We've been driving throughout the area and seen cattle, sheep, horses, but no lions, and deputies haven't seen them either. Now, a man first spotted and reported these 2 cats at 10 a.m. this morning, claiming the lioness weighed close to 300 pounds and was wearing a blue harness traveling southwest. Deputies patrolled the area from there on out. The high cornfields in the area made it difficult to pinpoint an exact location for these big cats. No law enforcement officials saw anything out of the ordinary and suspended the search at around 4 p.m.
Do we have a missing lion report? Like that, it had a harness on. That belongs to somebody.
Right.
That's someone's pet lion.
I don't even know what to say after that.
Meanwhile, here in Wisconsin, we still got that kangaroo on the loose in north central Wisconsin. That's near Stevens Point, where a guy was transporting kangaroos. 2 of them tragically died as they got out and were hit by cars, and then 1 he recaptured. But there's still one out there somewhere near Portage, hopping on around.
So what do they do for food, and how long can they survive on their own? And there's so many questions with that.
Need a follow-up to the Central Indiana Lion.
Yeah.
News is brought to you by City Forward Collective. For stronger schools and brighter futures, visit cityforwardcollective.org.
Our children deserve a real chance to make it in life, and a good education is a passport to opportunity. At City Forward Collective, we're working to make sure there's a great Milwaukee school for every Milwaukee family, because more good options lead to better outcomes. And who doesn't want that? Together, we can give every child the foundation they need to thrive, and a stronger future for kids means a stronger future for Milwaukee. To learn more about our mission, visit us at cityforwardcollective.org. That's cityforwardcollective.org.
It's summer now, but you know what's coming down the pike? Yup, cold weather and high heating bills. Gene Miller here, and now is a great time to order new windows from my friends at Hometown Windows and Doors. With national brands like Anderson, Pella, Marvin, and Softlight, Hometown can offer replacement windows that fit every home, style, and budget. Whether you're looking for wood, Fibrex, fiberglass, or vinyl, Hometown has a product for you. August is Marvin month. Call or stop in to win a Yeti cooler. That's Hometown with an E for your every window and door need. Visit hometownwindows.com today.
Is life insurance still on your list from earlier this year? Now is the perfect time to just get it done. A buddy told me that securing life insurance sooner rather than later can help you lock in lower rates for years to come. So I added this to my list this year and got it done. I called SelectQuote and was shocked at how easy and affordable life insurance is. I'm 40 and got a $500,000 policy for $18 a month. My wife's also 40 and her $5,000 policy was only $16 a month. Plus, with SelectQuote's same-day coverage, no medical exam was required, and we were covered by the time we hung up. Checking this off my list felt great, but the peace of mind knowing my family is protected feels even better.
Call SelectQuote at 1-800-280-5858 for your free quote today. That's 1-800-280-5858. Or go to SelectQuote.com. That's 1-800-280-5858. Details on example rate at SelectQuote.com.
20 minutes before 8 o'clock. Debbie, what's happening?
Still a heavy ride northbound 4394 coming out of the Plainfield curve all the way up to an accident scene in the Marquette. Everything's off on the left shoulder now, but still going to be very heavy ride through there. Eastbound 94 filling in from 92nd Street pretty much all the way to 35th. The westbound side slowing from 35th Street to Hawley Road. And northbound 41, we got backups from Capitol Drive up past Hampton. I'm Debbie Lazaga with your WTMJ Time Saver Traffic.
From TMJ4, I'm meteorologist Brendan Johnson with your Storm Team forecast. Lots of sunshine out there for our Friday, and we'll look for a few afternoon clouds as temperatures climb close to around 80 degrees. Lake breeze is expected to push through later this afternoon. Partly cloudy tonight, lows dip back only into the mid-60s. Mix of sunshine and cloud cover for our Saturday, and then we'll look for the chance of late-day showers and perhaps even a few rumbles of thunder as high temperatures climb again close to 80 degrees.
Milwaukee's at 64. At 7:41, it is Los Hermanos La Flor in Green Bay tonight.
I don't even know what that means. I don't know what that means.
It means Mike LaFleur, head coach of the Arizona Cardinals, will face Matt LaFleur, head coach of our Green Bay Packers, in a final preseason game at Lambeau Field. But also tonight in the Fox Valley, I will be with my brother, Nick Vitrano, as he embarrasses himself at Fox City Stadium, challenging the greatest competitive eater of all time. Indeed. Joey Chestnut returning to Wisconsin. He's been here for a bunch of different events. There was a burrito eating contest in Milwaukee once he was part of. It's going to be at Brottoberfest at Fox City Stadium, Telly, which, as you know, is the Brewers Single A affiliate. Wisconsin Timber Rattlers.
Okay.
So the T-Rats play tonight at 6:40. There is an eating contest before that featuring Joey Chestnut. And my brother, who is on the morning show, he's a FM host on 95.9 KISS FM there in the Fox Cities. Nick Vitrano is one of the contestants.
Oh, no.
This is the finest athlete of our generation. There's no doubt about it.
So he's a fan. Actually, he's kind of into it, of competitive eaters. And in fairness, my brother can eat a lot. But
okay.
He can't eat Joey Chestnut a lot. Right. So Eric and I had Nick on the show earlier this month.
Yep, we did the Taco Bell Big Box Challenge, and then we did the Beef Eater, where you get a 40-pound steak, and you got to put, or 40-ounce steak. It's 40-ounce
your picture's
sirloin.
up on the wall at Prime Quarter, isn't it, in Green Bay?
So I did do the Beef Eater. It's a 40-ounce steak, baked potato, 2 pieces of Texas toast, and a salad, and you had 60 minutes to put it down.
There's pictures on the wall.
Will you please tell Joey that you did that? Hey, by the way,
you may have heard of me.
Yeah, I don't know if you went to you were in town if you made your way over to the Prime Quarter, but, I kind of did the Beef Eater.
All right, so in this case, they'll be eating a huge platter of food. It sounds like 7 pounds worth.
So it's an Oktoberfest challenge of brats, cheese curds, Bavarian pretzels, and sauerkraut. I feel like
so it's first one to the finish, not total poundage of eating, right?
I know frighteningly very little about this, so I don't know how to answer that.
You don't even know.
I know. I have
whatever
no
they
clue,
put in front of you.
No, you guys, I have no clue.
Okay, well, it's happening anyway. Confirmed, it is on. I have my tickets, Telly.
Man, I didn't get the invite. I would have loved to.
Come on up. First pitch tonight for the Timber Rattlers is 6:40. I'm told the eating contest will occur sometime before the game, likely around 6 p.m. I'll see you there. 6:44 on Wisconsin's Morning News.
Your home is about as personal as it gets, right?
We want to build a relationship with homeowners, not only educating them, but we're getting to know them and allowing them an opportunity to get to know us.
Yeah, the interview goes both ways. Mm-hmm. Getting to know people while also serving them. It's so much more than just, okay, we're replacing your roof.
Besides that, it's just the right thing to do. See how Big Fish Contracting is renovating homes and redeeming an industry at bigfishcontracting.com.
Borrow, don't buy. Did you know that your public library system has a variety of things you can borrow? Besides books, check out board games, cake pans, ukuleles, museum passes, video games, even electrical testing kits. Whether it's mastering a new skill, trying a new hobby, or learning a new language, your library loves to share resources with you. Access thousands of on-demand video courses with your library card. Courses can be accessed anytime, anywhere. Find out what your Milwaukee, Waukesha, and Jefferson County libraries have to offer. Learn more at getyourlibrarycard.org.
Time for an update from the Gruber Law Office's One Call, That's All Sports Desk.
After a much-needed day off, Jackson Churio got right back into the swing of things, going 4 for 5 with 2 homers and 4 RBIs to help Jacob Mizorowski and the Brewers beat the Mets 8-2 to take the series. Up 2-0 in the second, a refreshed-looking Churio goes yard.
First pitch to Churio, a fly ball to right, deep. Back goes Bench, track wall gone. 2-run home run for Jackson Churio, and the Brewers lead it 4-0.
4 runs was plenty for the Miz, who didn't have his best stuff, but we know he's still better than most on an off night. Mizorowski, who appeared to have some issues with his landing foot on the slippery Citi Field mound, still ended up striking out 6 over 6 innings. The other noteworthy stat of the night was only 9 of the Miz's 95 pitches reached 100 miles an hour, none reaching 101, which is rare, but Brewers manager Pat Murphy isn't too concerned and actually was impressed with his tenacity to fight through it.
I thought he was great. I think you got to recognize that he was on point without his best stuff. He was slipping and sliding on the mound. Both feet, both left and right feet were slipping and sliding, but he still sucked it up.
The Crew returns to AmFam Field tonight to open a 3-game series against the Texas Rangers. Logan Henderson will be on the bump for the Brewers. First pitch is set for 6:40. Coverage begins at 6:05 right here on WTMJ. We can call this the LaFleur Brothers Bowl at Lambeau tonight. That's because the Packers will host the Arizona Cardinals in the final preseason game tonight, as brothers Mike and Matt LaFleur will be on opposite sidelines for the first time as head coaches in the the NFL. Big night for the LaFleur family, but also a big night for players looking to make a final push for a roster spot. Here's WTMJ's Greg Matzik.
One component of a long and challenging weekend of roster construction for Packers GM Brian Gutekunst.
With these guys, maybe that we're trying to make some decisions on every team rep that they've had since the spring. We're watching and comparing, and it's never perfect, but at the same time, I think it's a good process.
The Packers roster must be trimmed from 90 to 53 by 3 o'clock the afternoon of August 30th.
I always kind of feel at this time we got more than 53 that are good enough to make it, and we're going to have to make those choices.
Greg Matzik, WTMJ News.
And after tonight's preseason final tilt, we now had the dreadful almost 2.5 week wait until the real thing kicks off September 13th against the Vikings in Minnesota.
At least you got the Badgers at Lambeau a week from Sunday. That'll get us going a little bit. Tide us over.
Yeah, they'll hopefully hold us, but still.
We're about to get rolled by Notre Dame, but that's all right.
But that's a whole nother story, man.
It'll be football. We'll talk to Mark Tauscher about all of it next on Wisconsin's Morning News.
Hey, it's WTMJ Steve Scafidi. We had so much fun in Mexico last February. My wife, Kathy Rose Gray, and I are going back again, and we want you to join us. This February, we're experiencing the Sea of Cortez, staying at the exceptional Dreams Los Cabos Suites Golf Resort and Spa, a resort that captures all the beauty and elegance of colonial Mexico with unlimited luxury. Everything is included. Best-in-class service, gourmet restaurants, top-shelf drinks, and endless activities. We fly nonstop from Milwaukee and spend 7 nights at this world-class resort. Off property, you can enjoy championship golf, whale watching excursions, I'm going to go on that, or a visit to San Jose del Cabo. Once again, we've teamed up with Fox World Travel's Rose Gray to join us, Steve and Kathy, and a bunch of listeners just like us, and handpick a destination and resort we know you'll love. Last year's Mexico trip sold out quickly. This one will too. Don't miss it. Call Fox World Travel at 866-GO-FOX-GO. That's 866-GO-FOX-GO right now. Come with us. Secure your spot today.
MPS Families. School starts Tuesday, September 1st, and we're excited to serve you. If you haven't enrolled your child yet, now is the time. Milwaukee Public Schools offers free breakfast and lunch, the latest reading curriculum, and programs to fit every learner, including bilingual, language immersion, Montessori, special education, and more. Enroll today at mpsmke.com/enroll or visit us in person at 5225 West Valete Street, Monday through Friday from 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. Don't wait. Enroll today.
WTMJ, W277CV, and WKTI HD2 Milwaukee. From the Annex Wealth Management Studios, this is News Radio WTMJ, a Good Karma sports station.
Time saver traffic at 10 to 8. Debbie.
Well, the accident in the Marquette is gone. Delays are not. We have big backups all the way back to the Plainfield curve on northbound 4394 heading into the Marquette. That's where it starts to lighten up. Once you get through that, you're okay all the way up to Ozaukee County. Southbound is tightening up a little bit right past Good Hope Road, heading towards Bender Road. We got westbound 94 slowing through the stadium to Hawley Road. Eastbound's backing up just before 84th Street to about 35th. Westbound 894 is tightening up a bit now out of the Mitchell Interchange to 51st. I'm Debbie Lazaga with your WTMJ Time Saver Traffic.
The WTMJ Weekend Forecast is sponsored by Big Fish Contracting. Visit bigfishcontracting.com to see how they're renovating homes and redeeming an industry. Tune into today's Brewers pregame show for the Big Fish Roof Update. And today is going to be absolutely spectacular, mostly sunny with a high of 80 degrees. Tonight, partly cloudy with a low of 64. Tomorrow, partly cloudy, chance of some afternoon showers with a high of 80. And Sunday, partly cloudy and very warm, chance of showers and storms, high of 85.
Idea Man.
These contracts that you're talking about, he's under contract.
Innovative.
It's always been, we signed a 5-year deal. Well, the 5-year deal is really a 2-year deal. And after that, the Packers can say, you're not playing good enough. I'm going to cut you.
And Packers Hall of Famer.
Well, he's under contract for another year. Yes, on paper. But let me tell you what that contract written on paper is worth, and you know what you can do with it after you use the restroom, because that's what it is.
It's time for Tausch on Wisconsin's Morning News. Presented by Pella Windows and Doors of Wisconsin.
Mark Tauscher on Wisconsin's Morning News is sponsored by Pella Windows and Doors of Wisconsin. Morning, Tausch. Let's get through the tough stuff first, and then we'll look ahead to what happens on the field tonight in the Los Hermanos LaFleur Bowl in Green Bay. We now have Criminal charges filed against Packers running back Josh Jacobs. It had been months, but the district attorney did levy those charges. He's not due in court, Tausch, until November, even for his initial appearance. Curious for your thoughts on how the Packers or how the NFL proceeds right now, as Jacobs is, under the law, presumed innocent until this all plays out in court. What do they do?
Yeah, it's a great question, and that's why I'm not in that position, because I don't know. You want to have both. You want everyone to feel like it's going to work itself out, and nobody ever wants to just have patience, and especially when you're talking about a situation as serious as this. So I think from the organization standpoint, you look at what the league rules are, how other teams have kind of handled situations like this. And, obviously if there's a guilty plea or something like that, there's going to be a big-time suspension, and you're looking at whether or not this player is going to be on your roster. In this case, we've seen this be handled by different organizations in a different way. There's some players that have been guilty of things or pleaded and still played, and then there's other times that guys have not been guilty of it, been innocent, and still got cut. So I don't have a this is what you should do, because I think it's kind of irresponsible at this point until you kind of figure all of that out. The organization is going to do what's best for it. And I think the NFL is always going to protect the shield. That's why these personal conduct policies have been put in place. But to say there's an answer to this right now, there is not. And I think that would be where we would have liked to have seen this progress sooner so that you could have some clarity. There isn't any clarity, and that's the worst place to be when you're talking about your football team.
And Tausch, as a teammate of someone that is going through a legal issue, you've gone through training camp and you're hoping to start week one with a full roster and everyone out there. How does that change for you, not knowing if your star running back is going to be on the field week one?
As a player, there's nothing you can do. I think you try and be supportive of your teammate up to a certain point. And then there's also, and that's where it gets tricky when it becomes, the locker room, building your locker room out. As far as the playing goes and anything else, that you leave up to the coaches and everybody else. You're looking at it more from the player's standpoint, the personal standpoint, because it's just like an injury or anything else. You're going to feel a certain way, and you're still going to have to go out and do your job. And you have to trust that the organization has positioned itself that you're going to be able to function in the best way to help to still win football games. And that doesn't matter if it's your quarterback, your star running back, whoever it might be. The job of the organization is to make sure that they're positioned, and they've obviously seen this. I think this happened over Memorial Day, so there were thoughts, and I was always curious if the Packers were going to do some things, bringing other people in, understanding what could come down the road, and they didn't. And when there were no charges levied and anything else, you kind of started thinking it was going to go a certain way. And now the 27th of August, that news drops, and you're just hoping that the Packers front office has a plan in place, or whether it's we trust the guys we have behind them, or we don't think there's going to be a suspension and we're going to be able to, until this comes to trial, we're going to play. Whatever that is going to end up shaking itself out, you just hope, you trust in your organization that they're going to have the team built that can go and win football games.
And now, here's our expert Mark Tauscher's prediction of everything that's going to happen and the exact score of the game.
Why don't you just tell me the score of the Packers
preseason
game?
All right, let's talk about actual sports tonight, sort of. Hey, are we going to recognize anybody on the field tonight, Tausch?
More than likely not. Diehard Packer fans will. Yeah. If you've been, keeping up with who's going to be the third running back or who's going to be the, sixth and seventh wide receivers, but that was the thing when you had that joint practice Wednesday. You kind of sensed, and Matt LaFleur was pretty clear, his starters and his guys that are probably not going to play at all, and if it is, it's going to be incredibly limited. So tonight will be, and I know, casual fans, it's not going to be a big deal, but I always appreciate these kind of games because people can still win roster spots, and if not, they can get practice squad spots that eventually can become roster spots. These games are really important for the bottom half of the roster to show what they can do under the lights. And for a lot of these guys, this might be the only time they get to play a game with the G on their helmet at Lambeau Field. So they're still, while it's not uber important, I think, from a standpoint of a fan, if you're looking forward to the Vikings in the regular season, I think from a fan standpoint, watching these young players try to establish themselves in a career, tonight could be a really big night for some of them.
Packers and Cardinals tonight, 7 p.m. kick. It's on Channel 4 if you want to see it. Thanks, Tausch.
You bet. See you guys.
These are your business headlines from the Milwaukee Business Journal.
A premium fitness club called Kaizen comes to Bayshore Mall this fall. Total build-out costs are $3 million for the club, which will include a cafe along with its fitness operations. IndyCar racing returns to the Milwaukee Mile at State Fair Park this weekend for the third consecutive year. Snap-on Makers and Fixers 250 takes place on Saturday, followed by the Snap-on Milwaukee Mile 250 on Sunday. Target Corporation prepares to bring its beauty studio concept to 17 Wisconsin stores on September 10th. That will include 8 in the Milwaukee area as the retailer ends its partnership with specialty retailer Ulta Beauty. I'm Linda Spice for MilwaukeeBusinessJournal.com on 620 WTMJ.
Hey, it's WTMJ's Steve Scafidi. Has your doctor told you it's time to lose weight? Is your blood pressure up, your cholesterol climbing, or you're already on medication and wondering, is this just my life now? Have you been told you need a procedure or surgery, but you have to lose weight first? That's where many people get stuck. At Milwaukee Weight Loss, they help people lose 20 to 40 pounds naturally in about 60 days without injections, prepackaged meals, or extreme workouts. More importantly, they help you keep it off so you're not stuck wondering what problem is next. Imagine improving your health, taking pressure off those joints, and feeling better every day. Because if nothing changes, it could mean more medications or bigger problems down the road. For me, Milwaukee Weight Loss is about more than a number on the scale. I have more energy, I feel healthier, and I'm eating healthier every day, and I'm building habits I can stick with to keep the weight off for good. Now it's time to get back to you. Right now, $200 off through August 31st. Schedule your free consultation now at MilwaukeeWeightLoss.com. That's MilwaukeeWeightLoss.com. Never a better time to feel better about what you look like and how you feel. Results may vary.
For growing businesses, digital marketing shouldn't be a gamble. If your business needs results, not guesswork, it's time for a different approach. At Margle Media, we deliver real results for businesses in an evolving digital world. Backed by data, guided by strategy, and focused on actionable outcomes. We partner with businesses of all sizes to drive growth locally or nationwide. Set up a free consultation today. Visit us at marglemedia.com. That's MARGLE media.com.
The place you want to go, Lynch McWanago.
Nobody sells for less than Lynch.
Boy, do we live in a fantastic state. WTMJ's John Mercure here. We explore the state each week, Saturdays at 1 o'clock on Experience Wisconsin. That's right. We go from Lake Michigan to the Mississippi, from north to south. This week's show, it's incredible. We'll take you to some really cool places. We will go to Racine County. We'll check out lovely Lake Geneva, and we'll spend some time in Whitewater, the best and brightest in the state of Wisconsin. It's Experience Wisconsin, Saturdays at 1, right here on 620 WTMJ.
Texas is coming to town, and the crew is ready to ride.
Fly ball center field. Back Lara. Still back. Warning track wall. Leaping. He caught
The Brewers take on the Rangers tonight at American Family Field. Our Brewers Radio Network game day coverage starts at 6:05. Don't miss a pitch on the home of the Brewers, WTMJ.
Just after 8 o'clock, I'm Vince Vitrano on Wisconsin's Morning News. Today is Friday, August 28th. Our top story, human remains found after an investigation of an alleged stalker.
I'm Telly Hughes, in for Eric Billstadt. Jury deliberations continue in the Lindsay Clancy trial.
I'm Debbie Lozica. Still have those heavy delays northbound on 4394 out of the Plainfield curve all the way into the Marquette. Westbound 894 slowing down out of the Mitchell interchange past Loomis to about 51st Street. Eastbound 94 backups from 84th to 35th. Westbound is slowing down from 35th Street to Hawley Road. After that, it opens up until you get to Moreland Road. Starts to slow down to Calhoun there. And southbound 43 now starting to slow down just south of Good Hope Road towards Silver Spring. I'm Debbie Lozica with your WTMJ Time Saver Traffic.
Mostly sunny skies today, high of 80 degrees, low down to 64, under partly cloudy skies tonight. Milwaukee's at 64 right now. And from the WTMJ Breaking News Center. Man under investigation, he's accused of stalking an ex-girlfriend for 13 years. But that's not the strangest part. He now led police to find what they say were skeletal remains inside his home.
The Fond du Lac County Sheriff's Office says they were searching the rural home of 46-year-old Benjamin Larson as part of a Madison police stalking investigation. Inside the home, they found several skulls, significant amounts of serial killer memorabilia, and paintings of the victim he allegedly stalked. The victim says she and Larson dated for around 2 months in 2013, and he has repeatedly attempted to contact her since. Investigators are sending the remains to a lab to determine their origins. Elizabeth Linton in WTMJ News.
The Brown County District Attorney formally charges Packers running back Josh Jacobs with 2 misdemeanors related to his May arrest.
Originally booked on 5 charges, including felony strangulation, Jacobs now faces reduced charges of misdemeanor battery and criminal damage to property in a May 23rd incident at his residence in Hobart. The criminal complaint describes a physical confrontation between Jacobs and his girlfriend, resulting in her being thrown to the ground. Jacobs is due in court November 17th. It's unclear if the NFL will suspend Jacobs for the start of the regular season. A statement from Jacobs' attorney states, Mr. Jacobs respects the district attorney's office and the process it followed. Greg Matzik, WTMJ News.
Jury deliberations set to resume today in the trial of Lindsay Clancy. She faces murder charges in the 2023 strangling deaths of her 3 young children. News Nation's Laura Engel is outside the courtroom in Plymouth, Massachusetts.
The jury began deliberating around 12:30 yesterday afternoon after closing arguments, after hearing 2 very different explanations for how a mother who loved her children could have killed them. The defense arguing Clancy's mental health had collapsed, blaming postpartum psychosis and medication. The prosecution is pointing to evidence they say show Clancy planned how long her then husband would be out of the house before strangling 5-year-old Cora, 3-year-old Dawson, and 8-month-old Callan.
Now, if convicted, she faces a mandatory life prison sentence.
A suspended Milwaukee County courts official accused of keeping drugs in her home is bound for trial. Prosecutors allege that Samatria Matthews owns the home on Milwaukee's north side where police found fentanyl, cocaine, and drug processing equipment. She and her stepson, 26-year-old Terrion Matthews, will both be arraigned on felony drug charges next Thursday. Her husband, Rodney Matthews, also faces multiple felonies for drug possession and fleeing an officer after allegedly leading police on a high-speed chase.
Search teams still looking for survivors in Nepal. Hundreds of people are still missing after the flash flooding that raced through the Himalayas. Several hundred people already confirmed dead. ABC's Britt Clennett is in Nepal.
Helicopters have been whirring overhead, ferrying in supplies and pulling out survivors simply because so many roads and bridges have been washed away. American help is already rolling in, a pledge of $500,000. But this is a gigantic task hampered by monsoon rains and more warnings that landslides and floods could strike again.
U.S. officials report about 90 U.S. citizens are still unaccounted for after the catastrophic flooding.
The Wisconsin Department of Natural Resources is demanding a construction halt on the Enbridge Line 5 reroute as a gas leak continues.
In a letter to the Canada-based energy company, DNR officials demand answers to a long list of questions about the spill, such as how much vapor is being released and how does Enbridge plan to bring it under control. The gas leak began when an unoccupied semi-truck rolled into an excavation site and struck the pipeline in Iron County on Tuesday. The letter adds that the DNR is immensely frustrated by other recent events where Enbridge has failed to comply with state regulations and left other questions unanswered. Jessica Gatso, WTMJ News.
Damage caused by fire on the rooftop of a planned West Allis City building is less severe than initially feared.
The fire August 20th forced the evacuation of several construction workers from the building near 53rd and Rogers.
A black cloud of smoke, flames coming out of it. I said, that's not normal.
The city now says damage to the building appears manageable, though it's believed the project's progress will be delayed by months pending the arrival of replacement materials. No injuries were reported on site, and investigators are finalizing their written report on a cause, with completion anticipated by as soon as Friday. Adam Roberts, WTMJ News.
Coming up, a breakthrough in the fight against pancreatic cancer.
Outdoor Living Unlimited WTMJ News Time is 8:07.
News is brought to you by Pivot Work Injury Law. Worn down by work? Contact Pivot Work Injury Law today.
Day after day, year after year, the heavy lifting, the repetitive motion, and now your body feels it. Your back, your knees, your quality of life. At Pivot Work Injury Law, we stand up for those worn down by work. Workers' comp is our sole focus, and we've recovered more than $50 million for Wisconsin workers. From sudden accidents to pain that builds over years of hard work, we're dedicated to fighting for the benefits you're entitled to. If you've been worn down by work, contact Pivot Work Injury Law today for a risk-free consultation. Visit pivotworkinjurylaw.com.
I'm WTMJ's Sandy Max. What makes senior living at Three Pillars so special?
The welcomeness. People are so friendly. If you have a problem, you can go to anybody.
The community and the sense of safety provided for my mom and dad, and it's just like the most wonderful place to be.
They're just delightful everywhere. I don't see staff, I see friends. Aww. And I really do feel that.
And you couldn't live in more beautiful grounds.
Schedule a tour today at threepillars.org.
Drafty windows means wasted money. Call Siding Unlimited today for energy-efficient replacement windows and doors and start saving now. For a free estimate and honest price guarantee, go to sidingunlimited.com.
Outdoor Living Unlimited WTMJ News Time is 8:08.
The Food and Drug Administration has now approved a breakthrough drug to treat advanced pancreatic cancer. The drug will be sold under the brand name Risenq.
The FDA approved the drug that shows promise in clinical trials with those with advanced stages of pancreatic cancer. ABC News medical contributor Dr. Darian Sutton on the results.
It's an oral daily pill that targets a key genetic driver of tumor growth, and in studies it was shown that when given to patients with metastatic pancreatic cancer, it doubled their median survival to just over 13 months, compared to about 6.5 months for patients on standard chemotherapy. A third of the patients saw tumor shrinkage, and some patients lived years beyond the treatment.
The drug also could be covered by insurance. Michelle Franzen, ABC News.
Governor Tony Evers is taking aim at the White House over its trade policies, saying Wisconsin farmers could pay the price.
Where in the hell are Wisconsin's Republicans in Congress?
Governor Evers specifically points to tensions with Canada, the state's largest export partner, and is also criticizing the Trump administration's move to temporarily increase foreign beef imports.
Time and time again, President Trump and Republicans are causing costs to go up, life even harder for ranchers, farmers, and producers across America.
The White House says its broader tariff policies are meant to strengthen U.S. trade and domestic industries, while the additional beef imports are intended to provide consumers relief from high grocery prices. Neil Doyle, WTMJ News.
Jake Reiner, the oldest son of the late Rob and Michelle Reiner, now starting to open up about the December murder of his parents, the arrest of his brother, and the state of the family in a new interview. ABC's Trevor Alt.
For the first time since Rob and Michelle Reiner were stabbed to death, allegedly by their son Nick, the couple's oldest son, Jake Reiner, is sitting down for an interview.
I'll never understand. I don't care how it's explained to me. I don't care what facts come out. I will never understand why this happened.
Speaking with Mark Cota-Robles from our station KABC.
You have described that after what happened, it was losing more than half of your family.
Mm-hmm.
That includes Nick.
Yeah.
Jake's brother Nick has been open about his longtime battle with drug addiction and mental health problems. He's now pleaded not guilty to murder charges.
As his brother's murder case makes its way through the court system, Jake Reiner said he is focused on keeping his parents' legacy alive. Outdoor Living Unlimited, WTMJ News Time, 8:11.
Struggling to provide for your family is a real thing, like having to choose between feeding them a warm meal or paying the utility bill. These are the choices many Milwaukee residents are faced with, which is why they turn to St. Vincent de Paul Society's meal program for help. Our meal program has been a consistent resource for those in need for over 42 years. Nutritious meals, warm showers, and clean clothes, all in a safe, family-friendly environment. Our mission is clear, and that's to help you break the cycle of poverty by connecting you with life-changing community and educational resources. Last year, we provided $2.2 million in goods and services, plus 57,000 warm meals. If you or anyone you know needs a warm evening meal, you can find us at Harambe Kitchen 5 nights a week on the northeast side of Milwaukee in the basement of All People's Church. and at Crossroads Kitchen on the south side of Milwaukee 6 nights a week on 9th and Madison. As always, we're grateful for community members and volunteers who help us help you. To learn more, visit svdpmilw.org.
This summer, escape to Lakelon Resort, where lake life meets resort luxury. Nestled along the shores of beautiful Delavan Lake, Lakelon is the perfect destination for a weekend getaway, family vacation, or even a few days to simply unplug and recharge. Enjoy boating and water sports, lakeside golf at Majestic Oaks, relaxing spa treatments, exceptional dining, and breathtaking sunsets along 2 miles of shoreline. Whether you're looking for adventure on the water or a quiet lakeside retreat, the perfect Wisconsin summer is waiting at Lakelon Resort. Visit lakelonresort.com to book your stay today.
Time saver traffic here at 8:12, Debbie.
Delays still along northbound 4394. Got another problem on the right shoulder right about at National Avenue. Yet another accident. So that is still going to make things really complicated heading northbound. So give yourself tons of time for that neck of the woods. We've also got westbound 94 backing up from about 35th Street to Hawley Road. Eastbound slowing from 84th to 35th Street. Northbound on 41, heavy from just before Capitol Drive all the way past Hampton. I'm Debbie Lazaga with your WTMJ Time Saver Traffic.
Mostly sunny skies today, high of 80 degrees. Partly cloudy tonight with a low down to 64. We are up to 68 now in Milwaukee.
Live from the Annex Wealth Management Studios at the Avenue in downtown Milwaukee, this is Wisconsin's Morning News. Now, here are your hosts, Vince Vitrano and Telly Hughes.
8:14 on Wisconsin's Morning News. Telly and Vince take you up until 10 o'clock this morning with Eric off today. Greg Pancake Hill produces the program. We'll keep Debbie in the cars through 9. And we've got Tiff working in the newsroom this morning. Excited to welcome back to Milwaukee an international comedic star, a guy who's going to help raise a whole bunch of money to do good work in our community. His name is Modi Rosenfeld.
Anybody here grew up with parents with heavy accents? The 3 of us. There you go. The rest of you all came over on the Mayflower, right?
He's got good stuff. He's going to headline the return of an event called Laugh It Up Milwaukee. We've talked to you about this in the last few weeks. The date is January 30th, 2027. It will be at the Harry and Rose Sampson Family Jewish Community Center. Now, Modi, if you hadn't gathered, is Jewish and leans heavily on his experience. We've had him on the show before. I talked to him right before he was going to perform at one of his events here in Milwaukee. So in terms of your material, just in general, how Jewish do you have to be to get all of this stuff? Or is there something in there for everybody?
There really is. There really, really is. You know, my favorite thing now, I see all the people or the Jewish audience that I've built are now bringing their friends who aren't Jewish, which is so amazing. And my show is made where it's observational comedy. You're basically seeing the world through Jewish eyes. So people who aren't Jewish are getting to experience that as well.
So Modi's a unique guy. It was a really great conversation. He's also gay. And so there's that humor that he mixes into his stuff as well. And I'm pleased to welcome into the studio this morning 2 friends. Mark Shapiro is president and CEO of the Harry and Rose Sampson Family Jewish Community Center. And Wes Shaver is here. He's president and CEO of Milwaukee Pride, which will benefit from some of the charitable dollars that are raised as part of the event. Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning.
Okay. Took me 7 minutes to get to the good morning. Glad you guys are here. Okay,
no surprise.
Fine. Yes. Mark, let me start with you. You had me as MC for this event from the beginning. It was Seth Meyers was our first headliner at the J years ago. It's been years, though, since we've had it. So just take me through the how and why we're bringing this back.
Well, COVID was definitely
that was in
that
there.
Impactful moment, and comedians were really trying to make back money. No joke. Just we knew we needed to give a little bit of a break, let them go through coming back into the world. And we wanted to make sure that if we were going to do Laugh It Up again, we were going to do it right. And thank you for pointing it out. We want to go back to the beginning, make it simple, make it fun, make it funny. But the most important part really always has been, and you know this, we stood on stage with that parking meter from Bayshore Town Center. Remember way back, I think this was 12, 14 years ago already it's been, because we've done so many shows together. And so it was the chance to, like we always do, land a bunch of planes on the runway at the same time. We needed a comedian that cared about what we were doing. We needed a great host, an MC.
We needed
and that
community.
wasn't available, so you asked me.
We went down the line, and somewhere around this is why Vinny's there. He's the backup comedian, just in case. Which, by the way, Wes is really hoping there's some opportunity for him. And this was it, right? When you find a friend, a partner, and a community member like Wes, you start to see the opportunities. We've always said that partnership isn't about finding the thing you want to do and then just finding someone who wants to do what you want to do. It's finding people and organizations that have shared values and then say, hey, what can we do together? That's how Laugh It Up started in the first place.
All right, well, it's back. And Wes, I want to bring you in here as well. Given that Modi's a member of the LGBTQ plus community for which you advocate, this is an easy fit, right?
Absolutely. It's more than an easy fit. It's a privilege to do this type of work and this type of collaboration. And, intentionally for Milwaukee Pride and Pride Fest, comedy has been a huge piece of our programming for the last 30 years at Henry Mayer Festival Park. So it not only is it a natural fit to the experience we produce at the festival, but to align with another community-based organization that's so committed to creating space, strengthening social fabric, and weaving different people and lived experiences and shared experiences together. We need that more than ever right now. And so when this opportunity presented itself rather quickly, I remember Mark called me and said, Wes, I've got an idea, but we have to move quick. And so this all came together in a matter of a few, text messages and phone calls. And
awesome.
Anyway, it's just an honor to do this type of collaborative work. And we're just really proud to do it together.
How unique of a situation is this where you have a comedian that can impact both communities in such an impactful way?
It's extremely rare. And I think what's great about this is that it's unexpected. I think a lot of times in the LGBT space, speaking from this perspective, we talk about diversity, particularly with just with people of color, right? We always, at Pride Fest, having people of color in the BIPOC community is so big to the work we want to do because we want space for visibility. But we often forget about Jewish folks. The community can forget about other people that represent a shared part of you that goes beyond just the physical appearance of people. Diversity is more than the physical appearance of people. And so that's why this intersection means so much at this moment in our where our communities are existing, not only locally but nationally and globally.
And the fact that he happens to just be funny about everything is a whole nother part of it, right? Man sold out 5 nights at Carnegie Hall. You don't do that by just picking one comedy part. Listen to him talk about Trader Joe's, talk about the younger generations. His comedy is across the board. But we are without a doubt picked Modi because of all of the modalities of all the different avenues of what he brings together. It's perfect for Laugh It Up. We've always been looking for comedians like this, and we've always had great success doing it.
Mark, to Wes's point, too, about the various parts of our community that will benefit from this event, Jewish Community Center doesn't take the money and fund only your programs. Give me an idea of a couple of the other things, whether it's the food pantry or the outreach in the disability community as well, that you will use the funds for this to spread out to everyone.
Way back when we were first talking about this more than a decade ago, was the idea of what if nonprofit organizations got together instead of constantly separating and calling funders and saying, gimme, 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 gimme. What if we all got together and then shared it? And it caught on. Without a doubt, it has been a great advantage. So at the JCC, and in looking at what Milwaukee Pride does, it's about belonging. And our JCC has a number of programs that really support that. Our Road to Rainbow programs, our Boneem Farms Disability Inclusion Workforce Readiness Program. Like you mentioned, the Jewish Community Pantry at 29th and Center, we're serving 29,000 people a 3-day supply of groceries. Most people don't even know what we're doing in these spaces. We love the chance to do an event like this where we're bringing humor to tell our story. And then, then you find a partner like Wes who is kicking off this freshwater food and wine festival, first time ever. And then what does he do? He takes that festival and picks the Jewish Community Pantry as the beneficiary of their fundraising there. The message trickles down after all these years. We can do so much more together than we can do apart. And by the way, we didn't even know that was happening when we started connect on these ideas. both met up at the top of the mountain, man. That's what it was.
Mark Shapiro and Wes Shaver are with us this morning. I do want to get to a break, but I have a very specific comedy question now about Modi's work and for people like me who may attend this. I will do that next on Wisconsin's Morning News. But first, we'll look at the cars here, Debbie.
Yep, we've got those backups as you're making your way northbound on 4394, basically out of the Plainfield curve all the way up to an accident scene at the base of the high-rise bridge right about at National Avenue. Everything's off on the right shoulder, so at least we got that. But something to keep in mind if you're heading through there. Westbound 894 backing up out of the Mitchell all the way to 51st Street. Eastbound's nice and clear. As a matter of fact, north and southbound on 894, knock on wood, all clear at the moment. Do have a little bit of a backup northbound on 41 from Capitol Drive up past Hampton, almost to Silver Spring. And eastbound 94, watch for the delays from before 84th Street to 35th. I'm Debbie Lazago with your WTMJ Time Saver Traffic.
MPS Families. School starts Tuesday, September 1st, and we're excited to serve you. If you haven't enrolled your child yet, now is the time. Milwaukee Public Schools offers free breakfast and lunch, the latest reading curriculum, and programs to fit every learner, including bilingual, language immersion, Montessori, special education, and more. Enroll today at mpsmke.com/enroll or visit us in person at 5225 West Fleet Street, Monday through Friday from 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. Don't wait. Enroll today.
This week's Home Improvement Showcase, sponsored by Pella Windows and Doors of Wisconsin, features Ridgetop Exteriors for all your exterior home improvement needs. So at Ridgetop, they provide roofing, siding, windows, doors, expertly installed and at affordable prices. Ridgetop Exteriors, experts who live and work in and around here in the areas that they serve. So their customer service is their number one goal. Right now, here's the deal. 0% financing for up to 12 months. Get a free estimate for your next project by visiting ridgetopexteriors.com. Check out our Home Improvement Showcase page on WTMJ.com to learn more.
It's WTMJ's Julia Fellow. Right now, a child in our community needs more than a place to stay. They need stability, encouragement, a caring adult who believes in them. St. Charles Youth and Family Services is looking for compassionate people and families to become foster parents. It's through their treatment foster care program. You'll receive training, guidance, and ongoing support every step of the way. Learn more about becoming a foster parent today at stcharlesinc.org. That's stcharlesinc.org. stcharlesinc.org.
Labor Day and the American labor movement were built on three fundamental principles: fair wages, reasonable hours, and big savings on Beauty Rest at Hassellus Mattress. Or something like that. Now through Labor Day, Hassellus will give you a free adjustable base with the purchase of any Beauty Rest mattress, including Beauty Rest World Class and the ultra luxury Beauty Rest Black. If your current mattress has been laboring under you for the past decade, it deserves a much needed retirement. Visit a Hassellus employee-free showroom and test your favorite mattress without commission-crazed salespeople hovering over you. Employee-free means way low prices. Others sell the Queen Beauty Rest Premium World Class Thatcher KA mattress for $2,450. But Hassellus has it for just $1,788, plus a free adjustable base, plus an additional $200 off, plus free next day delivery, plus a $100 rewards cash card. Now through Labor Day at Hassellus Mattress. Find an employee-free showroom near you at hassellus.com.
Our featured sponsor on this week's Home Improvement Showcase, presented by Pella Windows and Doors of Wisconsin, is Ridgetop Exteriors.
New and used boats at bargain prices. Boat parts and accessories, life jackets, and water skis, everything must go. The Centerpoint Marine Great Moving Sale now through Labor Day. Corner of Highway 16 and Capitol Drive.
Debbie's Traffic today, sponsored by Centerpoint Marine in Pewaukee. The Great Moving Sale is underway now through Labor Day weekend. Learn more at centerpointmarine.com. In studio, I have Wes Shaver and Mark Shapiro. Mark at the Jewish Community Center, and Wes, President and CEO of Milwaukee Pride. We're talking about Laugh It Up Milwaukee, which will take place in late January this year. Modi Rosenfeld is the comic, and Modi, as I mentioned, is Jewish and gay, and a lot of his humor has to do with that. So my question for both of you is, comedy's kind of a tough business right now in our cancel culture. So you're going to have a guy like me. I'm a perfect example. I am a straight Christian male. So
really,
what? My
new news
question is
breaking news on TMJ Radio.
How much can a guy like me show up at this and laugh at what's happening? Do you want, Mark? You and I are friends. Do you want to look over and see me rolling?
I do.
Or are you what are you laughing at?
And you're absolutely right. We're living in this absolute cancel culture. I'm in constant implications wheel is spinning in my head all the time. Can I say that? Can I make that joke? Sarcasm's the death of me. All those. By the way, in my annual evaluation every year, try to have less sarcasm, which I think is sarcastically funny. But the question would be, can I laugh at a gay joke? And Wes isn't Jewish. Can he laugh at a Jewish joke? And the answer is hell yeah. We're trying to do this because it's supposed to be able to be funny. What I love about Modi is he doesn't go to that edge. He's actually making jokes about himself, his own humor, his own life. He's taking the obvious stuff and putting it out there because we thought long and hard, are we actually picking our audience by picking the comedian?
Mm-hmm. Right.
And we've always worried about that, right? You and I, a long time ago, used to talk about, can we bring in somebody that's deeply vulgar when the JCC is a family place, right? Even though that night is not meant for kids. And so we do make choices in certain ways. We hope that everyone's coming for just the community part, and it happens to be the show is going to be way funnier than you know. The first time that we brought in Seth Meyers, he had not signed on for his late night show yet, right? We caught him just beforehand. Well, guess what? We're catching a rising comedian who, like I said, sold out 5 nights at Carnegie Hall, was on The Tonight Show. We're catching him in his rise, and he's funny for everybody.
Wes, you share that perspective?
I do, and I'll say that when it comes to comedy, comedy and humor is the one thing that ties everybody together. Mm-hmm. And if you really want to be a great participant in comedy, you have to realize that you can't laugh at others until you can laugh at yourself. And someone like Modi does an incredible job of tying, his own personal experiences, the things that he knows are funny about himself, being a gay Jewish person in, specifically in America, right? He double clicks on that. It's funny. It's in good taste, right? And it allows other people to relish in his lived experience. It's authentic. And I think in this world of cancel culture, I'd like to gently remind everyone, everyone certainly does like to poke fun at other people, but until you can laugh at yourself and laugh at your own, insecurities and your own flaws, don't do that. So
Which is why Wes and I are such good friends.
It's exactly why we're such good friends.
You too. Telly, I don't know if you have a thought on this too. I think about this all the time about comedy, where people go wrong and get canceled. One of their first mistakes in saying, well, it was a joke, is it wasn't funny.
You're right.
Like, you have to start with, if you're going to sell something as a joke, actually be funny. Yeah. Start there. And then where does it come from, right? Is it mean-spirited, or is it let's all laugh together?
Yeah, and I think also, too, you can remain safe if you're only poking fun at yourself, too. Yeah, I think you get in trouble when you start poking fun at other people, and then some people may get offended, but no one else can get offended at you for poking fun at yourself. So I think that's a really good thing.
Great point. And rarely has somebody been canceled for something that they thought beforehand and prepared. Right?
Yeah, that's true.
Stand-up comedians look like they're doing it off the cuff. We sometimes forget they're trained professionals.
Yeah.
They have been working on their bits for a really long time. They've probably checked them out with a lot of people in today's culture, but it looks like they're just talking off the cuff. Sometimes they are. But most people get canceled for the stupid thing they say on a live radio show when they're not thinking before they say it.
Well, before we get to that point, let's be done here, right? I think we did a good job, fellas.
On that note, and by the way, too late, Mark.
Laugh It Up Milwaukee will be late January 2027. I'll be sure to let you know when tickets go on sale.
Actually, I'm going to correct that. Tickets are on sale now by being a sponsor. Individual tickets go on sale November 2nd. We are happy to announce that individual tickets go on sale November 2nd, but go to laughitupmilwaukee.org right now, or jccmilwaukee.org. Click on it, become a sponsor, get the best seats, and support these amazing programs that are happening. It's not just buying a ticket to a comedy show. When you go to a comedy show, I want to ask you, does your ticket feed your neighbors at a food pantry? Do they help support people who are at risk? If not, then come sign up for Laugh It Up Milwaukee. Be a sponsor. Make an investment. It'll bring you so much joy, you won't even know what to do with how good you feel about making that investment.
Glad to be a part of it once again. Thank you both. It is 8:31 on Wisconsin's Morning News.
Hi, I'm attorney David Gruber. After an accident, you need a trusted winning team on your side. For more than 30 years, Gruber Law Offices has helped Wisconsin families get the results they deserve. If you've been injured, call our firm today for a free consultation. We're available 24/7. Wisconsin's own Gruber Law Offices, proud partner of your Milwaukee Brewers. One call, that's all.
It's summer now, but you know what's coming down the pike? Yup, cold weather and high heating bills. Gene Miller here, and now is a great time to order new windows from my friends at Hometown Windows and Doors. With national brands like Anderson, Pella, Marvin, and Softlight, Hometown can offer replacement windows that fit every home, style, and budget. Whether you're looking for wood, Fibrex, fiberglass, or vinyl, Hometown has a product for you. August is Marvin month. Call or stop in to win a Yeti cooler. That's Hometown with an E for your every window and door need. Visit hometownwindows.com today.
Looking for books, movies, digital tools, exciting programs, and more? Milwaukee County Public Libraries have it all, totally free. One library card opens the doors to all 27 public libraries in the county. Kids can dive into story times and STEAM kits full of fun and discovery, while adults can join book clubs, sharpen career skills, or take online classes in everything from tech to language learning. Head to findmylibrary.org to begin exploring libraries and open up a world of unlimited access to learning and fun.
Take your family to the amazing Mineshaft restaurant in Hartford for the all-you-can-eat Wednesday and Friday haddock fish fry for $8.99. Wow. You'll pay twice that elsewhere. Desserts are buy one, get one free. Google The Mineshaft. Call and reserve your table, The Mineshaft.
Here's what's going to happen. You're going to look at every space in your house differently. Vince Vitrano for my friends Katie and Dan at Inspired Closets Milwaukee. Now, we worked together on a project that transformed the front entryway of our home. Instead of an eyesore, the closet now is attractive, it's efficient and functional. Makes me happy every time I walk by. Opposite of how I used to feel every time I walked by. And when you do a project with Katie and Dan at Inspired Closets, you're going to feel the same way about whatever you do. A pantry, a basement, garage, bedroom, closet that you'll enjoy now more than ever. And then what happens is you start looking around your house and see a project here and another project there. All kinds of things you would like to transform because the one you did functions so well. Get started now. Tell them Vinny sent you. InspiredClosetsMilwaukee.com.
You might not think of Burkhart for corporate uniforms and other business apparel, but you should, because a lot of businesses do. And it's because most times we're cheaper than our competition on the same high-quality apparel choices that the other guys offer, plus Nike and Under Armour that the other guys can't get. So for businesses and corporations, if you want your employees to look great while representing your brand, and you want to get your apparel for less, you can't beat Burkhart, your business uniform specialists.
You can't beat Burkhart. ABC News, I'm Sherry Preston. The war in Iran going on for half a year now.
It's been 6 months since the U.S. and Israel launched massive strikes against Iran, wiping out its conventional military and killing more than 3,600 Iranians, according to human rights activists in Iran, including 165 people after an elementary school was struck, most of them children. All of this loss in a war the president said would be over in a matter of weeks.
ABC's Martha Raddatz. Thousands expected at a march on Washington today in support of voting rights. The Defend the Vote rally will take place at the Lincoln Memorial and coincides with President Trump's ongoing attempts to limit mail-in voting. In Nepal, the search for survivors from the devastating mudslide continues. The death toll more than 500. The Artemis II crew will receive the Congressional Space Medal of Honor today during a ceremony at the agency's Johnson Space Center in Houston. This is ABC News.
Well, things are slowing down still northbound on 4394, basically from just before Oklahoma Avenue all the way up to National Avenue, where there is an accident on the right shoulder. So watch out for that. 43 north and southbound all clear at the moment. Eastbound 94 slowing down from 76th Street all the way to 35th. Westbound tightening up through the Stadium interchange to about Hawley Road. So you want to keep that in mind if you're heading to Waukesha County. I'm Debbie Lazago with your WTMJ Time Saver Traffic.
Storm team forecast, mostly sunny, high of 80 today, low down to 64 tonight. In Milwaukee, currently at 68. News about your money this morning. WTMJ Annex Wealth Management market update. Just a few minutes off the opening bell, the Dow Jones Industrial is up 135 points to 53,704. S&P 500 at 7737. That is up 6 points. And the NASDAQ is down 20 to 26,521. Financial planning at every level. Annex Comprehensive Wealth, Annex Private Client, Annex Ignite. Details at annexwealth.com. Debbie's Traffic brought to you by Sewer Ninjas. Visit them at sewerninjas.com.
Just like we help you avoid traffic backups, Sewer Ninjas helps homeowners avoid sewer backups with camera inspections, drain cleaning, and trenchless repairs. Learn more at sewerninjas.com.
I'm Jim Croft. I'm not a politician. I'm a husband, dad, numbers guy, and a small businessman. I'm a regular guy with 2 jobs, and neither one is funded by taxpayers. I met my wife Marina while I was studying abroad in Mexico. One dance, and that was it. We came back here to Milwaukee and opened our dance studio. I'm running for state senate because between groceries, housing, and healthcare, 2 jobs barely fills the fridge for working families these days. Send me to Madison, and I'll work to lower the cost of living and make healthcare more transparent. And I'll cut your property taxes, make life more affordable for southeastern Wisconsin families, and to make sure that our kids have the same opportunities that we did. My one job will be to make sure that your one job is enough to support your family again. I'm Jim Croft, and I have a message for the Madison politicians that got us into this mess. No quieren bailar conmigo. You don't want to dance with me. Paid for by Jim Croft for Wisconsin.
See every smile, every milestone, every moment that matters most. Vince Vitrano for my team at Shopko Optical. This is where my family goes for comprehensive eye care services. I promise you this, you go to Shopko Optical, you're going to feel welcome, valued, and genuinely cared for. It's a different experience. And going to the eye doctor, pretty new to me. I've only been going the last couple of years as I needed help with readers. But the team at Shopko Optical really took the time to help me understand this is how all of this works. And they'll work with you to address your concerns, explain options. They'll always answer your questions so you're confident in your care. So maybe you're due for that comprehensive eye exam, which you should be doing every year. Or you're just looking for another set of glasses. They literally have an entire wall full of frames from which to choose. Shopko Optical will support your vision and eye health every step of the way. Create that personalized plan with the team at Shopko Optical. Call or visit at shopko.com today.
Hey, John Mercure here for Azura Memory Care and Assisted Living. Their mission is to transform the culture of care. They specialize in caring for those with early to late-stage Alzheimer's or other related dementia symptoms, and they offer early memory loss classes to help you. They specialize in this area. It's kindness at the core, locations throughout southeast Wisconsin. It's compassion, it's empathy. It's Wisconsin-based and family-owned, always welcoming people to come tour and welcome their new residents. I've seen their places. They're top-notch. It's Azura Memory Care and Assisted Living.
Accunet Mortgage is an equal housing lender. NMLSConsumerAccess.org, number 255368.
At Wisconsin's own Accunet Mortgage, our closing costs are typically $1,000 to $3,000 less than the banks or the mortgage guys with the Rocket for exactly the same rate. Find out how much you can save at accunet.com.
It's the most wonderful time of year at Staples. They've got back-to-school supplies as low as 25 cents, up to 40% off select tech, and more at staples.com/back-to-school. Staples, that was easy.
Brewers are back home tonight. We face the Rangers in a weekend series. We'll talk about it in Brewers 360 coming up in just a few minutes. This story from NASA. We talked about this over the last couple of weeks. NASA is still kind of smarting over the failure of a mission to save a doomed space telescope. That was supposed to be last week. Well, NASA now prepared to send up a new one as early as this weekend.
The Nancy Grace Roman Space Telescope has the same size mirror as the Hubble Orbiting Observatory, but with 100 times its field of view.
It's going to really revolutionize astronomy.
NASA's Bear Witherspoon.
What we are scheduled to do and have to do is have a 5-year mission life. But if we launched really well, we're going to double that, maybe triple that.
If the weather cooperates, the bus-sized telescope will be headed off to a deep space orbit point nearly 1 million miles from the Earth as early as Sunday morning. Jim Ryan, ABC News.
Nancy Grace Roman is an astronomer, not to be confused with Nancy Grace, like Nancy Grace, right? TV lady, right? What was the story that she was on, that she was just on it and on it? Well, many of them.
Yeah.
Like she often talks about crime and things like that, right?
Yeah. I mean, anything that's a big story or a national headline,
she's
she
a telescope
is on it.
of sorts, right? She looks at things.
Yeah. Yeah, sort of.
But that is not who this is named after. It's named after an American astronomer, Nancy Grace Roman. The other thought, or the other takeaway on this is, I was thinking about it, was we were supposed to have this lunar eclipse overnight. Not into the lunar eclipse. I don't know why people are so excited about that. I mean, the moon, it's one thing, when you have a solar eclipse, something is covering up the sun, or part of the sun, that's different and unique. The moon, throughout its phases, right, normally has a chunk missing out of it for most of the time.
Nah, most of the time.
I didn't get into it.
Yeah.
It was supposed to be good viewing overnight.
Yeah, and having to get up early to come in and do this show, there was no way I was going to make that 11 whatever
set
time.
Your alarm for 11, go out and check it?
No, not that interested.
8:41. Got Brewers 360 coming up next. but we will check the cars first. Debbie, how are we doing?
Well, unfortunately, northbound on 4394, still going to be a hefty ride from just before Holt Avenue all the way to National, where there's an accident on the right shoulder. Eastbound 94, backups from 76th Street to 35th, westbound slowing down from about 35th to Hawley Road. The only other spot where we've got delays is actually going to be northbound 41 from Capitol Drive up past Hampton. I'm Debbie Laziga with your WTMJ Time Saver Traffic.
Bank 5-9 has a mission to make lives better. They make it a priority to give back to their customers, communities, and their employees. In fact, Bank 5-9 was just honored again by the Milwaukee Journal-Sentinel as a top workplace. That makes 17 years in a row. Want to learn more about working with the great people at Bank 5-9? Visit bank59.com/careers. That's bank59.com/careers. Equal Opportunity Employer, member FDIC.
Vince Vitrano here for the compassionate team at Curative Care. More than a century of helping people here in Southeast Wisconsin who have developmental disabilities live more fulfilled lives. And they help support the families who are trying to help make that happen. How do they do it? More than 20,000 therapy visits just last year alone. They're meeting the growing demand for pediatric therapy. They put people to work. So many of our friends and loved ones who have disabilities are ready to work, and they are up to the job. Well, Curative gives them that opportunity through its commercial services division. I was out there earlier this summer in Tosa for a visit, and we stopped in on the Adult Day Services group. This is another really important service provided by Curative. People of all ages and abilities. They do outings. They have events. They do community engagement. Really a good time hanging out and watching how much they're enjoying being part of the Curative family. If you know somebody who's looking for answers and support for a loved one who has developmental disabilities, these are wonderful people who can help. Visit curative.org. That's curative.org today.
Get your final August plans in for Brewers Rangers Action Friday, August 28th through Sunday the 30th. Starting with the Cole Swindell post-game concert at Country Music Night on Friday, featuring a belt buckle with a special ticket. Then it's Jackson Churio Mania. Get the Churio Bowl giveaway Saturday, courtesy of 620 WTMJ. And get it on the Final Kids Cheer Free Sunday before summer ends. Kids get a Churio Height poster on Sunday, courtesy of Joy. Get tickets for it all at brewers.com.
Brew Crew Tuesdays are back on September 8th.
Fly ball center field. It's hit well. Grisham back. It is gone!
Catch the Brewers on local TV as they battle the Chicago Cubs.
Got him swinging. Threw him a curveball. It's 11 Ks for Mizorowski.
This edition of Brew Crew Tuesdays is presented by Pella Windows and Doors of Wisconsin. Tune in September 8th at 6:40 on Fox 6 in Milwaukee, or check your local listings to watch the game.
Brewers 360 is brought to you by Ridgetop Exteriors and Cannon and Dunphy.
First pitch to Churio, a fly ball to right, deep. Back goes Bench, track wall gone. 2-run home run for Jackson Churio, and the Brewers lead it 4-0.
And Brewers end up winning that game and the series against the New York Mets, now coming home to face the Rangers in a weekend series. Joined now by Brewers President of Business Operations, Rick Schlesinger. Good to talk to you, Rick. New York, L.A., those seem to be the trips a lot of folks from the organization choose to make. I know when we had Matt Arnold on yesterday, he was out there. Did you go east for this one?
I did. We didn't get back till about 2 a.m, but obviously we'll take the series win, and as you said, we've got the Rangers, and then we have to go to Chicago.
What did you see in terms of Jacob Mizorowski? You know, Telly and I were talking. I guess Miz said he didn't have his best stuff, but this is another ballpark where he seemed to struggle a little bit with the mound situation.
Yeah, I noticed, a lot of times he was, checking the front of the mound. He just, from his height and delivery, he's going to be landing at a place where most of the pitchers don't land. So I think he was having some issues, but, as the expectations for him are just off the charts. So, if he pitches 6 innings, gives up 2 runs, people say, what's going on? What's wrong with him? So it just, it's a bar that only he can set and exceed, but offense helped him out. And what I liked him very much is coming out after that tough 5th inning. We threw a lot of pitches. He had a very clean, very efficient 6th inning, gave the bullpen a little breather, and it was nice the offense picked up, and so it ended up being a good win.
Rick, this was a unique trip out east for the Brewers and yourself. We had a pit stop in Williamsport. I know that the travel was a little tough then, with you guys leaving Milwaukee, going to New York, and then taking a bus to the airport and then going to Williamsport and all those things. But was it all worth the experience, and how much did the guys really enjoy that part or that aspect of the trip?
Yeah, no, I mean, it was definitely logistically a little bit more challenging, but I think it was a lot of fun, and I think the players really enjoyed it. So, when you see all the little leaguers and all the families, just look at awe at the players, and we had a chance to interact with the little leaguers and talk to them and exchange, caps, and it was great. It was so logistically well done. The people at the Little League were just amazing. Everything was really smooth. It was fun. The ballpark is very cool. It was great to see a live Major League game that counted with 2,500 people in the stands, and very intimate. I didn't like the result at the end, but ultimately great experience for all of us.
Rick Schlesinger is with us here on Brewers 360. All right, so back home for a weekend series with the Rangers. A lot going at the ballpark. We got Cole Swindell, his concert after the game tonight, and then tomorrow, for those who are watching on the YouTube stream, I have the Jackson Churro Bowl, which is our WTMJ giveaway this year.
Absolutely. So we've got standing room only for tonight, and we've got tickets, good seats available for Saturday and Sunday, but very short homestand, and all of a sudden we're off in Chicago, and then from there to Cincinnati. So running out of regular season home games, and ticket sales have been fantastic. It's really appreciated, and we're looking forward for a strong September, and then hopefully a very strong and lengthy October.
Have you seen the Churro Bowl, Rick? It's special.
I have. I'm a big cereal person. So, and I love the branding, I love my favorite radio station being featured, but I am a big cereal guy. So I still eat a lot of cereal in the morning, which I know people find weird because I'm not a young guy, but I'll be using the Churro Bowl.
Rick, I know it's in baseball, you never really get too far ahead of yourselves because there's so many games and it's such a long season, but how much are you all looking forward to that Labor Day weekend or Labor Day series against the Cubs here in Milwaukee? I mean, when you combine a holiday and rivals, it always produces, great numbers.
Yeah, I mean, back when the schedule was announced, I looked at that 7 games against the Cubs, 4 on the road, 3 at home, and you knew those were going to be critical, and they are. The Cubs are hanging in there, and I feel like, we just got to keep the distance between us and the Cubs. I want the 1 seed if we can get it. And first step is to beat the Cubs for the division title. You don't get the 1 seed if you can't be ahead of the Cubs, and they're a good team. Their offense is very dangerous, and we don't take them lightly. It's going to be an epic 4 games in Chicago for sure.
Rick, I want you to highlight this as well. Season seats now available to be locked in for 2027. But with that, of course, you would get the opportunity for first crack at postseason tickets, right?
Yeah, so if you're buying a plan for 2027 and putting down the financial commitment, depending on what tickets you're committing to in 2027, you're having early access to 2026 postseason tickets for sure. Obviously, current season seat holders obviously get that priority access, but this is also an opportunity for folks who want to sign up for 27 to also get access.
Should be a good series this weekend. Rangers in town for 3 at American Family Field. Thanks, Rick.
Thanks for having me on.
Traffic one more time before we go here, Debbie. It's brought to you by Centerpoint Marine in Pewaukee. The Great Moving Sale is underway now through Labor Day weekend. Learn more at centerpointmarine.com.
Well, we still have this accident on northbound 4394 right at National Avenue on the right shoulder, so careful with that. Our delays are starting to dissipate a bit. Right now, we've got backups from just before Howell all the way to about, make that Holt Avenue all the way up to Oklahoma Avenue, and again from Chase to Lincoln. On southbound 43 and northbound, actually, both of the directions are looking great right now. Eastbound 94, you've got backups just before 76th Street to 35th. On the eastbound side, just west of 35th Street, starts to slow down to Hawley Road. And then northbound 41, watch for the backups from Capitol to Hampton. I'm Debbie Lazago with your WTMJ Time Saver Traffic.
Summer is the time to enjoy the outside. Enjoy the deck, the patio, the fire pit, the shade, the screen room, the in-ground pool. Enjoy all of it in your own backyard. Outdoor Living Unlimited is Wisconsin's top TimberTech decking installer and can deliver a design and build your next maintenance-free deck with a custom screen room and automated pergola. Stop by our Outdoor Living Unlimited showroom at 665 Larry Court in Waukesha or visit OutdoorLivingUnlimited.com.
I'm Robert Crivello, a partner at the law firm of Cannon and Dunphy. I grew up in this community and fell in love with the game of baseball and our local team as a kid. I now have the privilege of working with a legal team that has successfully helped car accident victims for over 40 years. We are relentless. We are experienced. And there is no fee until we win for you. If you've been injured in a car accident, call us at Cannon and Dunphy.
Don't miss out on the Labor Day sale at Ken Michaels Furniture. Our entire showroom of heirloom quality furniture is on sale. Enjoy factory discounts on exceptional brands like Norwalk, Bradington Young, Hooker, and our Amish dining and bedroom collections. Create a sofa, chair, sectional, or recliner as unique as you are with our thousands of customizable upholstery options. For unbeatable savings on better quality furniture, shop the Labor Day sale now at Ken Michaels Furniture in Brookfield, Greenfield, and downtown. There's no doubt that a better night's sleep makes for better days, and a good quality mattress helps make it happen. When you buy your new Milwaukee mattress from Ken Michaels Furniture, you are assured of a mattress made individually for you out of the finest materials right from our own Milwaukee factory. We make every style, size, and firmness of mattress imaginable, and with our factory direct prices, you will save hundreds of dollars. Milwaukee mattress from Ken Michaels Furniture in Brookfield, Greenfield, or downtown Milwaukee, where better days come from a great night's sleep.
Hey, WDTMJ's Eric Vilstead here, reminding you to subscribe to the Wisconsin's Morning News Podcast. We update it every day with every interview, every segment, every bit we do on the show.
Wait, we don't do bits on the show.
You're talking about practice.
We're kind of indefinitely waiting for them to get their act together here.
Maybe we do some bits.
Does anybody really listen to what I say at the end of these things? You know what I mean? Like, do some people really tune in?
Be sure you subscribe to the Wisconsin's Morning News Podcast, presented by Tri-County Contracting.
New and used boats at bargain prices. Boat parts and accessories, life jackets, and water skis, everything must go. The Centerpoint Marine Great Moving Sale now through Labor Day. Corner of Highway 16 and Capitol Drive.
WTMJ, W277CV, and WKTI HD2 Milwaukee. From the Annex Wealth Management Studios, this is News Radio WTMJ, a Good Karma sports station.
On the other side, we're going to get you some of the new information on the criminal charges now filed against Green Bay Packers running back Josh Jacobs. We'll update the situation. Additional citations issued for Burlington's own Tony Romo on his suspicion of OWI arrest last month here. So that is on the other side. In our next or last hour, well, I guess both are true, of Wisconsin's Morning News, if I may take a moment to just unburden myself. So I left the sprinkler on all night at my house. And that's not the worst part of this story. Appreciate you all bearing with me today. We've been a little bit scattered. So what had happened, Telly, was at 4 o'clock in the morning, as I'm just about pulling out of my subdivision there in Greendale, I'm like, did I turn off the sprinkler last night? All right, I better go back and check.
Mm-hmm.
So I turn around. I go, I'm just doing a drive-by on the house. I open up my driver's side window and you idiot, left the sprinkler on all night. I stop my car. I get out the car. I go turn off the sprinkler, right?
Mm-hmm.
Get back in the car, but now I've wasted minutes. And you know, when we're prepping for the show.
Yeah, every minute counts.
I say all the time, you know what time the 6 o'clock news is on? 6 o'clock, don't matter what you had going.
Every day.
So now I'm in a hurry. And now my brain's all over the place. How could I have left the sprinkler on? Did I flood out part of this? How much is that going to cost? It's on for hours. Am I in trouble?
Mm-hmm.
Bill's going to be big enough anyway. All this is running through the brain. Now I'm thinking, do I have my phone? Did I even bring my phone today? Checking on the seat. It's in my back pocket, oh, by the way. But checking on the seat next to me. I'm checking on the seat next to me. Totally lose my concentration. Bang!
Happens
hit the
fast,
curb.
huh? Oh.
And blew up my tire.
Oh, gosh.
Now it's 4:10. And now I got to get to work, and now I don't have a car. So now I have to limp home, wake my wife up and say, so I got a situation here. Which car can I take, and who doesn't need a car today to go to the thing? And by the way, I blew up my tire, and the sprinkler may or may not have been on all night. Go ahead. Do you have any comments?
I wonder, Vince, what do you think you could have done differently that would have eliminated all this? Maybe just call the wife and say, hey, honey, I may have left the sprinkler on.
Yes, right? Text her. She can turn it off in the morning. I thought I could avoid getting in trouble, and I got in worse trouble. So hope y'all are having a good day. 8:57 on Wisconsin's Morning News.
These are your business headlines from the Milwaukee Business Journal.
A premium fitness club called Kaizen comes to Bayshore Mall this fall. Total build-out costs are $3 million for the club, which will include a cafe along with its fitness operations. IndyCar racing returns to the Milwaukee Mile at State Fair Park this weekend for the third consecutive year. Snap-on Makers and Fixers 250 takes place on Saturday, followed by the Snap-on Milwaukee Mile 250 on Sunday. Target Corporation prepares to bring its beauty studio concept to 17 Wisconsin stores on September 10th. That will include 8 in the Milwaukee area as the retailer ends its partnership with specialty retailer Ulta Beauty. I'm Linda Spice for MilwaukeeBusinessJournal.com on 620 WTMJ.
Experience 90 years of history this week at the Fox and Hounds, the Up North Timbered Supper Club near Holy Hill. WTMJ's John Mercure here. It is my favorite place. Make some great memories at the Fox and Hounds. The Friday haddock fish fry is all you care to eat and one of the best. All other dinners are buy one, get one free. The pan-fried walleye, that's so good. The pecan-crusted salmon, my wife loves that. The spinach and cheese tortellini, the surf and turf, any entree, all buy one, get one free. Try the ribs. Desserts are buy one, get one free. Relax with an old-fashioned. Choose from 20 bourbons, more than 120 wines from around the world. Rustic bar, 8 unique dining rooms. The Fox and Hounds, Cuddles, the Kettle Moraine Forest near Holy Hill. The summer drive is a Wisconsin must-see. Escape from your kitchen with a free dinner at the Fox and Hounds, serving from 4 p.m. Dine early. Saturday, buy one prime rib dinner, get one free. Enjoy Saturday lunch from 11 till 2. Visit foxandhoundsrestaurant.com. Call and reserve your free dinner.
Whoop, just doing some roofing on another lovely Wisconsin day. No gimmicks, nope. No shortcuts, nope. It's just roofing done the old-fashioned way. Do you need shingles? Let's mingle. For a Wisconsin tradition never dwindles. So raise a glass, shake a hand for this old-fashioned brand. Whoop, that's old-fashioned roofing.
Notifications, texts, emails, information coming at you all day, every day. With so much noise, knowing what deserves your attention can feel overwhelming. So it's no surprise that many Americans feel less confident about their retirement finances and stressed about their investments. Turn down the noise. Turn up the planning. Put Annex Wealth Management on your side for trusted investment and retirement guidance, including tax and estate planning. Visit annexwealth.com and click the Get Started button.
Transform your home today. Exterior Pros. Trust the pros.
Texas is coming to town. And the crew is ready to ride.
Fly ball center field. Back Lara. Still back. Warning track wall. Leaping. He caught it.
The Brewers take on the Rangers tonight at American Family Field. Our Brewers Radio Network game day coverage starts at 6:05. Don't miss a pitch on the home of the Brewers, WTMJ.
9 o'clock, I'm Vince Vitrano on Wisconsin's Morning News. Today's Friday, August 28th, and our top story, stalking allegations led to the discovery of human remains in a Fond du Lac home.
I'm Telly Hughes, and for Eric Billstadt, the fight over mail-in ballots continues.
Storm team forecast, mostly sunny, high of 80 degrees today. Tonight's low down to 64, under partly cloudy skies. Milwaukee at 68, and from the WTMJ Breaking News Center, man under investigation accused of stalking an ex-girlfriend for 13 years, but there's more. Police said they found skeletal remains inside his home upon the investigation. Fond du Lac County Sheriff's Office said they found multiple skulls searching the home during this investigation. Prosecutor in the case is David Olson.
The defendant has been attempting to get into contact with her. He sent her letters, sent letters to her mother, hoping to get her current address while she was out of the country. He sent letters to her place of work, to her new home, and the victim is unsure how he got her home address or how he learned of her partner and child.
And listen to this. Authorities say the victim had dated Larson for only about 2 months back in 2013.
The Brown County District Attorney formally charges Packers running back Josh Jacobs following a domestic incident at his residence in May.
According to the criminal complaint, surveillance video from Jacobs' garage shows he grabbed his girlfriend and threw her to the ground, causing her to strike her head. Jacobs then took her phone. She stayed on the ground for a while before struggling to walk back into the house. Jacobs is charged with 1 count of misdemeanor battery and 1 count of misdemeanor criminal damage to property. Each charge carries a maximum penalty of 9 months in jail and a $10,000 fine. Greg Matzik, WTMJ News.
Jacobs is due in court November 17th.
Overnight, another round in the fight over President Trump's executive order on restricting mail-in balloting. ABC's Sophie Flay.
A judge has blocked the Trump administration's new rule that would restrict voting by mail. The temporary order blocks the Postal Service from increasing its oversight of mail-in voting. The judge saying it would be practically impossible for states to comply with the rule for the upcoming midterm elections. Experts say the battle over the new rule will likely end up at the Supreme Court.
The Wisconsin Department of Justice joined a coalition of states in suing the U.S. Postal Service over the new mail-in voting rule, saying it could disrupt the fall election and prevent some eligible voters from getting ballots.
Federal investigators searching for the cause of a deadly chemical leak in Washington state have made troubling discoveries about the months leading up to the disaster.
When the chemical tank at the Nippon Dynawave paper mill failed, it killed 11 workers and rewrote the history of Longview, Washington, according to Governor Bob Ferguson.
We're bracing ourselves for this being the deadliest industrial tragedy in modern Washington state history.
Was it also preventable? The U.S. Chemical Safety Board has found that 10 months before the leak, an inspection contractor labeled the tank not fit for continued service. Jim Ryan, ABC News.
Federal investigators searching for the cause of a deadly chemical leak in Washington state. That was that story. Now to this, some of the world's biggest tech firms issuing a dire warning about AI-driven cyber attacks. News Nation's Mills Hayes reports it comes following a series of attacks on public utilities.
Chicago is actually home to one of the largest water treatment centers in the world. They take the water from Lake Michigan, they clean it, and they pump it out to millions. And it's exactly the kind of critical infrastructure that these tech companies say needs greater protection against cyber attacks as they become more powerful and easier to carry out. And this actually comes just weeks after we saw major cyber attacks on more than 100 water systems in 12 different states.
Companies also said the internet infrastructure and hospitals are major points of concern. So far, Wisconsin has not been impacted. Time for News About Your Money, WTMJ Annex Wealth Management Market Update. About 35 minutes off the opening bell, the Dow Jones Industrial is up 87 points at 53,656. S&P 500 at 7735, that's up 4. And the NASDAQ is down 16 points to 26,525. Financial planning at every level, Annex Comprehensive Wealth, Annex Private Client, Annex Ignite, details at annexwealth.com. Outdoor Living Unlimited, WTMJ News Time, 9:05.
For 176 years, St. Vincent de Paul Society of Milwaukee has been neighbors helping neighbors, working to eliminate poverty and hunger with compassion and dignity. When families face hard times, our volunteers step in. Over 600 trained volunteers ready to meet people where they're at, in their homes. And that's what our Neighbors Helping Neighbors home visit program is all about. Volunteers travel in pairs, listening first, then offering personalized support. They provide families and individuals with things like furniture, beds, food, clothing, and connect them to vital community resources. Help that provides stability during challenging times. These home visits don't just address an immediate need. They help create a safer, more stable future for our families and individuals in our community. Last year alone, St. Vincent de Paul Society volunteers completed nearly 11,000 home visits across Milwaukee County, serving those who need us most. Together, we are neighbors helping neighbors. To learn more about our mission or get involved, visit svdpmilw.org.
Buying a new roof might not be the most exciting thing you'll do this year, but for us at Big Fish Contracting, being chosen to do that roof for you not only provides income for multiple families in southeastern Wisconsin, but has a global reach and impact around the world. To us, it's more than just a roof. We've been earning trust for over 2 decades, roofing, siding, windows, and more. Go to bigfishcontracting.com to learn how Big Fish is renovating homes and redeeming an industry.
A buck doesn't buy much unless you're spending it at Griffin. For just $1 over cost, you can buy brand new tires from us. This is Jim Griffin. Any major brand, $1 over our cost with free tire repair and lifetime rotation. We'll even show you the invoice to prove it. Our only requirements, we put them on for you. Buy one or the whole set. The dollar deal from Griffin. Milwaukee and Waukesha. Griffin. The buck stops here, but the deals on tires don't. That's Griffin.
Not combinable with other tire offers.
Time for a WTMJ Sports Update from the Gruber Law Office's One Call That's All Sports Desk. The Brewers take the series against the Mets with an 8-2 victory for their 83rd win of the season. Jacob Mezorowski overcame some command issues and reduced velocity, at least by his standards, to allow 2 hits and strike out 6 over 6 innings. Manager Pat Murphy still proud of the Miz's performance.
Because he didn't have 101, we think he's tired, I bet he had 101, 102 when he wanted it. But slipping and sliding, you don't risk doing that. And so I thought he learned a valuable pitching lesson tonight, and I thought he did well.
Milwaukee starts a 3-game series at home against the Texas Rangers this evening. Logan Henderson will take the mound for the Crew. Our coverage starts at 6:05 right here on WTMJ. And it will be LaFleur versus LaFleur tonight at Lambeau Field as the Packers take on the Cardinals in the final preseason game of the season. Quarterback Jordan Love will not suit up for tonight's matchup. Kickoff is set for 7 o'clock, and you can see the game on TMJ4 in Milwaukee. The Packers need to trim the roster to 53 by 3 o'clock on Sunday.
Time saver traffic, slowdowns in a couple of the usual spots this morning. Let's go 41 northbound. Just after you get past Capitol Drive, you're going to slow down through the construction zone there. Things loosen up after Hampton, but then you slow down once again right before you get to 175 there. Minor slowdowns right now in that area. Onto I-94 right around the stadium. Slowing down once you hit the stadium interchange, really on the brakes just into the interchange in the westbound side. On the eastbound direction, you get just past the ballpark, and it's a little bit slow all the way through 35th Street.
Here is your WTMJ 5-day forecast. Mostly sunny today with a high of 80. Tonight, partly cloudy with a low of 64. Saturday, partly cloudy, chance of some PM showers, high of 80. Sunday, partly cloudy and very warm, but chance of showers with a high of 85. Monday, partly cloudy, very warm and humid. Chance of showers and storms once again with a high of 86. And Tuesday, slight chance of showers and storms, partly cloudy with a high of 86. In Milwaukee, it's currently 70 degrees. Outdoor Living Unlimited WTMJ News Time is 9:10.
Live from the Annex Wealth Management Studios at the Avenue in downtown Milwaukee, this is Wisconsin's Morning News. Now, here are your hosts, Vince Vitrano and Telly Hughes.
Doing it for 50 more minutes on this Friday. Eric off today, so Telly's in here. I got Greg Pancake Hill producing the program. Tiff's been working in the newsroom. And we had Deb for the first few hours of the program on the traffic. I want to talk about these two stories. They're only related because they both involve the NFL, but they're obviously very different situations. Former Cowboys quarterback, now commentator, Burlington's Tony Romo, now facing additional citations in connection with his arrest on suspicion of OWI in Milwaukee. We'll have a little bit more on his situation coming up. But first on the criminal charges that now face Green Bay Packers running back Josh Jacobs. The district attorney in Brown County has now, after months, charged Jacobs in connection with that incident that occurred just outside of Green Bay at Jacobs' home in late May. The charges are battery and criminal damage to property.
Yeah, so it's sort of a mixed bag for Mr. Jacobs. Obviously, he should be very happy he's not charged with felonies as he was originally arrested for, but obviously these are still very serious criminal cases. These are misdemeanors.
That's criminal defense attorney Jonathan Lavoie. He's not on this case, but from time to time, John and Julia on Wisconsin Afternoon News will reach out and say, give us your perspective on this. You've read the criminal complaint. Give us your expertise. So it suggests in the criminal complaint that there is video of Jacobs in a physical fight with his girlfriend back in May. The two apparently were arguing. The girlfriend was going through Jacobs' phone, accusing him of texting other women.
Well, these kinds of fights happen all the time, so it's very common for me to see fights over jealousy and over phones and over texting girls or guys and those types of things. So this is pretty standard that could obviously happen to anyone, including a professional football player. But what I think stands out at me is the video evidence might be very helpful to the prosecution in this case, because it's not going to be just Mr. Jacobs' words versus the victim, but there may be some video evidence that would say support what the girl is claiming occurred. So I think the video evidence is going to be very damaging to Mr. Jacobs, depending on how clear the video evidence really is.
Again, that's criminal defense attorney Jonathan Lavoie is talking with John and Julia on Wisconsin's Afternoon News. We have been wondering and asking what took the DA so long to issue charges in this case. This happened all the way back in May. Why are we now in almost September and first now having criminal charges? Lavoie has some perspective on that.
The district attorney's office says that the reason why it was delayed is because they did forensic evaluations of electronic devices, including security systems. When that occurs, that takes a longer period of time than just, reviewing certain other pieces of evidence. So it makes sense to me that it delayed because of all the forensic work that was done in this case.
Okay, so that's that question answered. Now to this. The charges carry the potential for prison time, though Lavoie said even if you get a conviction on both charges, on first offense, you would rarely see that prison time. You'd often see probation. Jacobs is not due for an initial appearance on the charges until November. That doesn't mean, particularly if the video were to somehow come out before that the NFL wouldn't take action against Jacobs before then.
If the video looks really bad, that's the kind of stuff that shows up on TMZ and other websites, and that could be very harmful to Mr. Jacobs' football career. When I'm referring to the video evidence that might be present.
Now, that is a matter of public record. Eventually, news organizations and any citizen, for that matter, you could do it. Just file an open records request to obtain the video. At some point, it will come out. Now, the video, based on my read of the complaint, is what likely shows this moment as detailed by prosecutors. I'll read to you from the complaint. Jacobs grabbed her and threw her to the ground, and she struck her head, suffering an injury. Jacobs then took her phone from her while she was on the ground. She laid on the ground for a while, then struggled to walk back into the house. So regardless of whether or not they get a criminal conviction on this, the video will come out and it won't look good. When will it come out? That's uncertain. You can put in that request, but with a pending investigation and pending criminal case, the DA can lawfully say, I'm not going to give this to you yet. So district attorneys or investigative agencies, be it police departments, have some discretion as to when they ultimately have to give up that video upon request. It may not, nor really should it, come out before the trial. You don't want to taint the potential jury pool with all of this video being out there, but it could come out.
Yeah, and that to me, Vince, has been one of the more surprising things, because this happening back in May and no video has been leaked, and we know that TMZ and other sources or platforms find a way to get video that no one else seems to really get, and they haven't even gotten it yet. So I think the Brown County District Attorney's Office has done a great job keeping that video in-house, but we still don't know who all have seen this video at this point. And does the NFL look at this being a misdemeanor as opposed to felony charges now? And do they reevaluate how they are going to go after it? Because I was just thinking about this, and we talked to Gabe Neitzel during the 6 o'clock hour about this, but Deshaun Watson who was never formally charged, was suspended 11 games when he became a Cleveland Brown after all of his accusations about sexual misconduct. And now you have this going on, and I'm sure that Josh Jacobs' representation will point out the fact that these are misdemeanors as opposed to felonies now. And does the NFL look at it through a different lens with that being the case?
Let's investigate that further. Let me play you one more thing here from attorney Jonathan Lavoie, and then get to that question that Telly poses.
Yeah, so all criminal cases start with like an initial appearance, which is like a bail hearing where they will set probably a signature bond for him. He'll be released. He will not be taken into custody or held in custody. Then the matter is set over for several court dates while the attorneys kind of work through exchanging discovery, police reports, evidence, and then negotiations occur. And, you know, the parties have to report back to the judge and let the judge know, is this a case that's going to work out with a plea bargain or an agreement, or is this going to be a trial case? So that process can take several months, and either Mr. Jacobs is going to take some kind of a plea deal or he's going to set the matter for trial.
One more thing. The Milwaukee Journal-Sentinel published a statement from Jacobs' legal team, which reads, and I'll read it in its entirety, the Brown County District Attorney has reviewed evidence and elected to file misdemeanor charges against Josh that do not include domestic violence. The allegations will be addressed in court and not in the media. Mr. Jacobs respects the district attorney's office and the process it followed. So that's where his camp is. You're not going to hear more from them on the issue of, and it's secondary in nature to the seriousness of the charge. But all right, what happens to Josh Jacobs, the football player? What happens to the Packers and the NFL? Don't know whether they will be privy to any of the information that the district attorney's office is looking at. And if so, would they use that to act preemptively before this plays out in court? Could they find that Jacobs in some way violated a personal conduct policy and issue a suspension ahead of any of this? Do they wait and say, look, innocent until proven guilty. I know there's all this out there, but he's been charged with this. He's going to fight the charges. Let's see what happens in court. And then based on that, do you then issue a suspension or not a suspension? You know, that is an open question for the league and for the Packers.
Yes, and something that really caught my attention when Jonathan Lavoie was just talking about how this process plays out with negotiations between Jacobs' camp and the DA's office or the prosecuting attorney. And if this was no big deal, I think this would have been settled by now. And I mean, this happened back in May. So I'm thinking and assuming that they've been doing some negotiating and things like that up until this point. So I don't think they just like the charges happen or the incident happened and no one has had any sort of communication. I think they've been probably trying to find a resolution to this. And now we are here where charges have been formally introduced. And now, and again, if it was something that they could have gone kind of, patched up and they were able to move on, they would have done that by now. So clearly it's going to be more than just, what could have possibly happened before.
Jacobs would not be expected to play tonight in the Packers' final preseason game, but the other thing that we should consider is for fans who will be up there during the regular season if the NFL or the Packers have not taken any action prior to the first time we see them on the field. How do fans react?
Yeah.
Are you, again, he's not been convicted of anything. There's some evidence here that's been presented, but he also has a side of the story to tell. I think fans don't want to cheer for someone who's actually shown to have done some of the things that he has, but we don't have, as I said, a conviction. So how do fans react?
Yeah.
Do you cheer? Do you boo? Do you not? It's a difficult position to be if you're a fan at Lambeau Field. What do you do with just the information that you have? And also you got to think about the other folks in that locker room tonight after this preseason game. You know what Matt LaFleur wants to talk about? Not this. But he will be asked about it, and the organization, I imagine, will say very little, as they've said so far. But this cloud will continue to hang over not only Josh Jacobs, but the Packers and the NFL as we see how it all plays out. Just because I mentioned it off top, let's get to the latest on Tony Romo.
Where are you coming from?
The golf course. And I'm going to meet Grandma and Grandpa.
That's our guy from Burlington. Tony Romo popped with 3 additional citations now. Important to offer this distinction. These are not criminal charges. They're essentially traffic tickets. They're stemming from his arrest last month. He was picked up on suspicion of OWI in Milwaukee, but didn't get a ticket for that. His initial ticket was for refusing the breathalyzer test. So that was the first one. He now faces, Romo does, first offense operating while intoxicated, unsafe passing, and possession of intoxicants in the vehicle. So those additional tickets tacked on to the original. He can challenge all of those in court if he chooses. There's a court date set for late September. And for now, Romo is on indefinite leave from his NFL analyst job with CBS.
And I just want to throw a challenge flag on that one because they didn't notice that there were open intoxicants in his car when they arrested him at first.
I think they did. It was in the initial police report. So why we waited this long to issue these citations, don't know, but they're now on the record. And as I said, he can challenge them if he chooses. He could simply pay them as tickets and be done and move on and see what CBS wants to do. But for the moment, his future with the network, uncertain. It is 9:22 on Wisconsin's Morning News.
Looking to build or remodel? Then don't miss the 80th MBA Parade of Homes presented by Nuns. Explore 17 extraordinary homes in 2 locations, Quietwood in Menominee Falls and the Snyder Farm in Oconomowoc. Each home showcases premium craftsmanship and design shaped for the way you want to live. Walk through spaces that spark ideas, elevate expectations, and inspire your next chapter. The parade runs August 15th through September 7th. For tickets and locations, visit mbaparadeofhomes.com.
Vince Vitrano for Spano Pratt. Leading a nonprofit takes a lot of things. It takes heart, of course, but it also takes the right leader with the skills, experience, and passion to move your mission forward. Those people are not always easy to find. And Spano Pratt, these are the experts in that field. They focus exclusively on nonprofit executive searches, from discovering high-caliber candidates to rigorous assessment and selection to engaging and aligning your board of directors through the whole process. Spano Pratt doesn't just fill roles. They help you find leaders who truly align with your purpose and mission. These are important decisions that you got to get right. So go to SpanoPratt.com to start your search.
So, ladies, enjoying the charity bachelor auction so far? All right, next up, bid on a date with a true nice guy, a salesman from Soren's Ford in Brookfield.
At Soren's, we aim to please.
Woo! All right, we're going to start the bidding at $1,000 for a date with Mr. Nice Guy.
But I'm only quoted at $500.
Quiet, nice guy. Do I hear $1,200? $1,200?
$500, now wash your car for free.
What are you doing? She said $1,200.
Soren's Ford always offers the best deal possible.
Soren's Ford, 189th and Capitol in Brookfield. You won't find nicer guys or lower prices anywhere.
Take your family to the amazing Mineshaft restaurant in Hartford for the all-you-can-eat Wednesday and Friday haddock fish fry for $8.99. Wow. You'll pay twice that elsewhere. Desserts or buy one, get one free. Google the Mineshaft. Call and reserve your table, the Mineshaft.
Prizes, flyaways, even cash money. You want it? We've got it. Find a list of all contests and official rules by visiting WTMJ.com/contests. That's WTMJ.com/contests.
9:24 on Wisconsin's Morning News. Another night of high school sports ahead. Some football games were on Thursday. Soccer is in season. We, of course, had the Packers and Cardinals tonight in Green Bay, and I've been thinking a lot about the future of the game, giving increased information and data that keeps coming out, that repeated head injuries to athletes are really scrambling their brains.
Hyperbaric oxygen therapy is a treatment that saturates your blood plasma with oxygen.
I'm going to mix a little bit of good news with that bad news in this segment. That's my friend Maureen Saltweedle. You hear me talking about her business, MD Hyperbaric in Wauwatosa. And for some, it's a treatment for traumatic brain injury. More on that in a moment. First, though, this alarming new study that got me thinking about it in the first place. British Medical Journal saying now at least 25% of former NFL players, and they studied a group who had passed away from a period between 2016 and 2021. So guys who used to play the game who had died, and they studied their brains. and they found at least 25% had the degenerative brain disease CTE. Here is the lead author of that study, Dr. Daniel Daneshvar.
These professional athletes didn't just get their exposure to head impacts from the professional level. They got their exposure at college, they got their exposure in high school, and in many cases in youth as well. And all of those cumulative G-force added up to increase their risk of having problems later in life.
And now in this study it was, but overall, it's not just football. Concussions are concussions. So you got soccer where concussion is a risk. You knock heads on the basketball court. I had a cheerleader, Telly. Kids got kicked in the head. Kids got dropped. Concussion is definitely a part of that sport as well. And so I was thinking, if my daughter were cheering today and I had known about what Maureen does at MD Hyperbaric, if she came home and said, yeah, they said I got a concussion and this is what we're doing about it, I would want to get her in the chamber.
So essentially by being under pressure, you're getting more oxygen into the fluid that's inside of your blood. It's not just your red blood cells. So in the case of your brain, where there may be damage or inflammation, that oxygen can go directly to those damaged tissues, reduce inflammation, and start to promote healing. So it's an incredibly effective treatment for something like a brain injury because the brain is incredibly sensitive to oxygen. And so by giving it more, it's putting those cells to use. It can fire up cells that have been dormant, and it's just an incredibly powerful tool for any kind of brain injury, a concussion, or any neurodegenerative disease in general.
So then again, Maureen Saltweedle, she's got a pair of these hyperbaric chambers at her office in Wauwatosa. I've done it myself, and I did it more just to do it. I wasn't suffering from any particular injury. You go in for about an hour, you put on the oxygen mask, you take it off, you put it on, you take it off, and it's all done at high pressure, but you come out feeling great. At the very least. But in the case of brain injury, what Maureen was telling me is the quicker you get in, the better.
The closer you are to an injury, the more effective the treatment actually is. It's funny you mentioned cheerleading because our lead tech, Marcella, was a cheerleader in high school and was dropped several times, and she now suffers from migraines that they're potentially linking back to those concussions she had as a child. So even though when she was a child, she thought it was resolved, now as an adult, she's having lingering effects. And so for that example, she is using hyperbaric oxygen therapy to help relieve her symptoms. So we are under the guidance of a medical director. So if you did have a very recent concussion, we would want clearance from your primary care physician to make sure you don't have an active brain bleed. Safety is our number one priority. But assuming that everything is cleared from your primary care physician, then yes, as soon as possible that you could get in, you would start feeling that relief from the inflammation, and then the healing effects would start after that.
So Maureen, again, she's the owner of MD Hyperbaric in Wauwatosa. They're one of our partners here on WTMJ. You hear the commercials, but I didn't want this to be a commercial. I wanted to talk to her about her expertise specifically on brain injuries and how this is working. And you don't have to take my word or her word for it. Joe Namath, NFL Hall of Famer, big believer in the therapy that he underwent to clear up his cognitive issues. Hyperbaric oxygen therapy, used that, and he went for, I think in the case of Namath, I think he went for more than 100 sessions in the chamber, but he said it cleared up a lot of his cognitive issues, and he's far removed, obviously, from his playing days. So as Maureen suggested, you don't have to, but it's best if you get in there right away. When I was there for my first visit, talking with Maureen, and she had a patient coming in to use the chambers, and it was a woman who had been in a car crash, and she said she couldn't even read after the accident. Her brain was so foggy and she was having difficulty concentrating. And she now brings a book with her to her therapy appointments because she is enjoying that ability once again. And she gives it full credit. So I offer that as information as we're now back in high school sports seasons and kids can get banged up one way or another in a variety of sports. So thought that was interesting to pass along for you in light of everything we've talked about this week with those new studies. My thanks to Maureen for being a resource on this. It is 9:30 on Wisconsin's Morning News.
I'm Jim Croft. I'm not a politician. I'm a husband, dad, numbers guy, and a small businessman. I'm a regular guy with 2 jobs, and neither one is funded by taxpayers. I met my wife Marina while I was studying abroad in Mexico. One dance, and that was it. We came back here to Milwaukee and opened our dance studio. I'm running for state senate because between groceries, housing, and healthcare, 2 jobs barely fills the fridge for working families these days. Send me to Madison, and I'll work to lower the cost of living and make healthcare more transparent. And I'll cut your property taxes, make life more affordable for southeastern Wisconsin families, and to make sure that our kids have the same opportunities that we did. My one job will be to make sure that your one job is enough to support your family again. I'm Jim Croft, and I have a message for the Madison politicians that got us into this mess. No quieren bailar conmigo. You don't want to dance with me. Paid for by Jim Croft for Wisconsin.
Accident Mortgage is an equal housing lender. NMLS ID 255368.
This is Brian Wicker, Chief Homebuyer Helper with Wisconsin's own Accident Mortgage. Nicer homes are still getting multiple offers over asking, and there's only one winner per listing. I want to help you be that winner, which is why I just increased the rock-solid pre-approval guarantee to $10,000. It's all about getting the seller to pick your offer over the others. So AccuNet is now guaranteeing in writing to pay the seller 10,000 American bucks if we can't make good on the terms of your fully verified rock-solid pre-approval. Banks don't do that. We're willing to stand behind our work and stand behind you with a $10,000 guarantee that sellers will definitely notice. Maybe you've been writing offers and losing, which feels terrible, or maybe you're just starting out. Either way, don't settle for a flimsy bank pre-approval and let someone else end up sleeping in your dream home. Give the seller 10,000 reasons to say yes to your offer with AccuNet's new $10,000 rock-solid seller guarantee. Get started with yours today at accunet.com.
Katie, can you believe we're already talking about back to school?
I know. Feels like summer just started.
But before you know it, backpacks, shoes, and sports gear are taking over the house.
That's exactly when most families realize their home isn't working the way they need it to.
You have a problem. Inspired Closets has a solution.
We can design any space to make everyday life simpler.
Because getting organized isn't just about storage. It's about making your life a little less stressful.
Let us calm the chaos today at InspiredClosetsMilwaukee.com.
Inspired Closets.
A wife and husband team.
Boy, do we live in a fantastic state. WTMJ's John Mercure here. We explore the state each week, Saturdays at 1 o'clock on Experience Wisconsin. That's right. We go from Lake Michigan to the Mississippi, from north to south. This week's show, it's incredible. We'll take you to some really cool places. We will go to Racine County. We'll check out lovely Lake Geneva, and we'll spend some time in Whitewater, the best and brightest in the state of Wisconsin. It's Experience Wisconsin, Saturdays at 1, right here on 620 WTMJ.
ABC News, I'm Sherry Preston. Jurors in the Lindsay Clancy murder trial are beginning their first full day of deliberations. 9 women and 3 men deciding whether the Massachusetts mom intentionally murdered her 3 children in 2023. Defense attorneys say she was suffering from postpartum psychosis at the time. ABC's Deborah Roberts is at the courthouse.
The judge in this case praised those jurors who have sat through 21 days of intense and often disturbing testimony, saying he's never seen one more focused on the facts. Well, now, of course, we'll see how long it takes them to sort them all out.
In Washington,
if I can show,
thousands taking part in a rally at the Lincoln Memorial today, protesting voting rights they say have been stripped under President Trump. More than 300 people pulled from a hydraulic plant tunnel in Nepal. They were rescued after the mudslide that killed at least 500. The Congressional Space Medal of Honor being given to the crew of the Artemis II mission in Houston shortly. This is ABC News.
Outdoor Living Unlimited WTMJ News Time is 9:34. News about your money. WTMJ Annex Wealth Management market update. A little more than an hour past the opening bell. Dow Jones Industrial up 27 points to 53,596. S&P 500 is at 7737. That's up 6 points. And the NASDAQ up a couple to 26,543. Financial planning at every level. Annex Comprehensive Wealth, Annex Private Client, Annex Ignite. Details at annexwealth.com. Time saver traffic. Let me get you a look at a couple of the usual trouble spots. Those are the only slowdowns really we're seeing here in southeast Wisconsin right now. In the Stadium interchange, so eastbound and westbound I-94, just seeing a couple of delays right around that area by the ballpark. Let me see, the eastbound delays start after the interchange, the westbound delays just before you hit the ballpark. So that's what's going on I-94 through the construction zone there. A couple of slowdowns in the northbound lanes of I-41 as you hit the construction there north of Capitol Drive.
Here is the WTMJ 5-day forecast. Today, mostly sunny with a high of 80. Tonight, partly cloudy with a low of 64. Your weekend looks like this is pretty much going to be a repeat all weekend of partly cloudy, chance of PM showers and storms with a high of 80 on Saturday. Same deal on Sunday, but a little warmer with a high of 85. And Monday, partly cloudy, very warm and humid. Chance of showers and storms with a high of 86. Tuesday, slight chance of showers and storms, partly cloudy with a high of 86 as well. In Milwaukee, it's currently 70 degrees. Outdoor Living Unlimited WTMJ News Time is 9:36.
Hey, WTMJ's John Mercure here. Join Griffin Ford in Waukesha for 2 days of big savings and a great time. Saturday, August 29th and Labor Day only. Choose from Griffin Ford's huge selection of new and used vehicles. New vehicles are priced to move, and used vehicles start at just $995. Buy a vehicle on either day and drive home with your choice of a 55-inch flat-screen TV or a $250 grocery gift card. That's amazing. Take a test drive and receive a free metal tumbler, and on Saturday, enjoy a food truck on site while you shop. Don't miss these incredible deals at Griffin Ford in Waukesha. The savings, giveaways, and special offers are available on Saturday and Labor Day only. It's Griffin Ford in Waukesha. Best service, best selection. Jim Griffin's team's going to take great care of you. Visit Griffin Ford today and drive home happy. It's Griffin Ford in Waukesha with a big old celebration and specials for you.
Vince Vitrano here for MD Hyperbaric. We were just talking about this. Sports parents know you spend all kinds of time driving to practice and games and investing in equipment, training and travel. But when a serious injury happens, something like a concussion, are we doing enough to help our young athletes recover from that? MD Hyperbaric can be part of that recovery process. It's hyperbaric oxygen therapy. It helps support the body's natural healing process, whether you're talking about kind of a run-of-the-mill sports injury or something like a brain injury, a concussion, because it's not just about getting our athletes back out on the field. It's about helping them be healthy overall and moving forward for school, for work, for life, long after the sports season ends. Learn more at mdhyperbaric.com.
Just doing some roofing on another lovely Wisconsin day. No gimmicks, no shortcuts, it's just roofing done the old-fashioned way. Do you need shingles? Let's mingle, for a Wisconsin tradition never dwindles. So raise a glass, shake a hand for this old-fashioned brand. Whoop, that's old-fashioned roofing.
It's WTMJ's Julia Fellow for Sweet Talks Medical Spa in Menominee Falls. If you're looking for expert care without that cold clinical vibe, Sweet Talks is where beauty, wellness, and self-confidence comes together in such a fun, welcoming space. Sweet Talks offers injectables, advanced skin treatments, even wellness services like weight loss or hormone optimization. Sweet Talks provides a comprehensive consultation designed just for you. Learn more at sweettalks.com.
9:39 on Wisconsin's Morning News, taking you up until 10 o'clock. Still confused over this story. Woman now facing charges after a swatting call led to a shelter-in-place order in Heartland. It was near a school. It caused a bit of a mess. 50-year-old Lisa O'Donnell now facing a felony count of false reporting of an emergency. She's accused of telling police that she was being held at gunpoint inside her apartment Wednesday afternoon. Waukesha Court Commissioner Christopher Bailey.
The impact on the area around where this happened by this individual making a false report of an emergency is very significant. That there was a lockdown at a local high school, there was a huge police response. Makes the court believe that there's some serious ramifications and consequences for this defendant by virtue of her alleged conduct.
So these things aren't new. Again, it's called swatting, where you allege some incident is happening. The local authorities send everybody they got because it's a serious thing that's ongoing, and then it turns out to be nothing, but you've caused this big disruption. But here's what I'm confused about, Telly. Oftentimes it's, look, I want to play a prank on you, or I want to make life difficult for you, so I call in a swatting incident wherever you are, not on yourself.
Not on yourself, yeah. That's where it gets very confusing.
I'm missing a motive here.
Yeah.
So they set her bond at $1,500. If convicted, she could end up getting some prison time. I don't know that you would expect that necessarily, but what I'm curious about is what possibly was the motivation here in this case.
I have zero idea on that one.
It is 20 minutes before 10 o'clock. We got a pancake breakfast special. That's coming your way next.
Bank 5-9 has a mission to make lives better. They make it a priority to give back to their customers, communities, and their employees. In fact, Bank 5-9 was just honored again by the Milwaukee Journal-Sentinel as a top workplace. That makes 17 years in a row. Want to learn more about working with the great people at Bank 5-9? Visit bank59.com/careers. That's bank59.com/careers. Equal Opportunity Employer, member FDIC.
Progressive presents the Museum of You. We begin our tour with a unique piece, a relic from the early big screen television era. Remarkable. Next, we find a juicer, which historians believe has only ever been used once. And finally, compact discs from the emo era. A rare find indeed. Some things should be history, but until then you could protect what's important to you and save by bundling your auto insurance with a renter's policy from Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Straight Talk Wireless presents Pickup Truck Wisdom.
Trust is earned. That's why I've stuck with Straight Talk. Same price since 2009 on Verizon's 5G network. Cause shoot, anyone can make a promise. Keeping it for years, that means something.
Now plans starting at $25 a month with 4 lines. Find us at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Straight Talk Wireless. Straightforward. Always. Same price claim applies only to the base monthly price of our $45 plan from October 2009 to present.
It's 9:42 on Wisconsin's Morning News each and every day. Following the program, we go immediately into planning mode for the next day, the next week. Discuss a lot of story ideas. Some of them make it in, some of them don't. So we asked Greg Pancake Hill, who produces the program. Got his nickname because he used to work at the Pancake House on the South Side, which has since been bulldozed, but we don't think that has anything to do with Greg.
It's because I don't work there anymore.
But
They had to tear it
nonetheless,
down.
his nickname is Pancake, and we asked Pancake to whip up a little something with the leftovers we call the Pancake Breakfast Special.
What about breakfast?
You've already had it.
We've had one, yes. What about second breakfast?
Heavy week, y'all. Heavy week. 2 major cultural icons we lost in the span of 24 hours, and that was just the announcements. I'm sure it was actually closer than that. Of course, talking about Dolly Parton and Tim Curry. And yes, before we get started, I know plenty of other people passed away this week. This isn't a slight to them, so please spare me on the representation of everyone who died this week. I can only do 2, and really we're only doing 1. Though, there has been some good content made out of the whole ordeal in the support of 2 beloved cultural 80-year-olds that we lost.
Hi, this message is for the Grim Reaper. If you're not the Grim Reaper, please feel free to just keep scrolling. We had this conversation yesterday! Yesterday! Tim Curry? Frankenfurter? Really? No. I don't want to talk to you no more. Take me to the manager.
Okay, that was following the Dolly Parton announcement. So obviously, this is what grieving is in 2026. Now, we all get through it in different ways. The coolest part to me is when someone of hierarchy and someone of status passes away, or the tributes that come out from other points of celebrities, right? Harry Styles, John Mayer did some covers of Dolly Parton songs. Jack White played Jolene, which he hasn't done in like 20 years, during one of his shows. Eminem shared a handwritten note that Dolly wrote him when he got into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. Like, these transcendence of cultures interacting because someone passes away is unbelievable. And honestly, like, Dolly Parton was the only one who could do that. And, like, honestly, even the British Guard got into it. Listen to this. This was during the changing of the guard at Buckingham Palace. Pretty good. So, again, like, wasn't just... imagine seeing country music, and they're playing your music in a different country. There you go. So there's that.
Thanks, mate.
One tribute, not getting a lot of attention, though. And I think I should bring it to the forefront because I think it's pretty important, and you definitely didn't expect it, is the rendition of I'll Always Love You. And by the way, if you're going to cover that song, man, you better be able to sing, okay? You better be able to bring it. This is the cover I want to show y'all. Here we go. Let's see if you can name it.
Each step of the way.
Here it comes.
And
do you know who this is?
Am I right on this? That's Disturbed guy, right?
That is not Disturbed guy.
Totally sounds like him.
Close, a little bit when they did the Sound of Silence cover. I can understand that.
Do I get a half point for that?
You do get a half point. I'll give you this because he's bald. Does that narrow it down for you?
I don't know.
No, doesn't narrow it down. This you are hearing sing is Vin Diesel. Like this Vin Diesel. You know, Fast and Furious guy?
Yeah.
No.
I didn't even know Vin Diesel sang.
Me either. I don't think he did, but here we are.
He doesn't.
Boom! Debbie Laziga from the top rope. Again, pretty impressive. That he
I thought it was good.
It's good. Listen, I'm not one. I will never speak ill of the dead, nor will I speak ill of someone trying to pay tribute to the dead.
True.
But, again, Dolly Parton transcending Family Guy. Remember, this guy's saying family in all the Fast and Furious movies. Really making it count. Kind of let it rip. So, that's just something you didn't know what's going to come across your feed this week.
I thought it was good. No? Am I in the minority on this? I thought it was really good.
You put really in front of it?
All right. Withdrawn, Your Honor.
Oh, no, you don't let up pressure.
We can say pretty.
Again, this is a hard song to sing, man.
That's why you don't try it.
Well, and of all people in the world to try it, you know who said they were going to do it? Vin Diesel. So that's got to be worth something. Here's to grieving one of the best to ever do it. And I consider this my contribution of tributes, telling you all that Vin Diesel singing Dolly Parton absolutely exists. You're welcome. There's your pancake breakfast special for the week. Salute to all ya. We'll have a good weekend. We'll see you on Monday.
So goodbye. Please
Oh, squeaky there.
'Cause we both know that I'm not.
Picture this, a perfect summer evening, great friends, and dinner on the patio overlooking a beautiful course. That's Racine Country Club. More than golf, it's a place to relax, gather, and belong. A new energy is here, and you're invited to experience it. From great food to unforgettable events, it's a lifestyle built around community. Whether it's a quick 9 after work, dinner with friends, or a weekend with family, Racine Country Club offers something for everyone, year-round. Discover what's new at Racine Country Club. Visit racinecountryclub.com.
Vince Vitrano for Pella Windows and Doors of Wisconsin. No two homes are exactly alike, right? So why does every window and door solution have to be the same? It doesn't with Pella Windows and Doors of Wisconsin. Their premium quality doesn't come in just one price point. Whether you're replacing just a few windows or remodeling a historic fixer-upper, maybe you're building from the ground up, Pella offers gorgeous, high-quality, and customizable solutions for every unique situation. You're never going to have to settle for something that's not right for your home, thanks to custom designers ready to help at every step. And it doesn't matter which kind of windows you go with. You're going to get the same Pella craftsmanship, attention to detail, and commitment to quality. Now, that always includes honest advice, straightforward pricing, Pella certified installers, and one trusted team that stands behind the work they do. Quality doesn't mean one size fits all. It means finding the right solution for your home. Pella Windows and Doors of Wisconsin, real pricing, premium quality, and no games. Schedule your free in-home consultation today at PellaWI.com.
Are you sick and tired of overpriced fish fries? I am. I recommend the fish fry at the Mine Shaft Restaurant in Hartford. WTMJ's John Mercure. The haddock fish fry is all you can eat, $8.99. You'll pay twice that at other restaurants. I love the Mine Shaft fish fry. After a long week, escape from your kitchen with a cold beverage and a delicious all-you-can-eat fish fry. Desserts are buy one, get one free, and a kids menu starts at $3.99. And those kids can safely play in the world-class game room, quietly set away from the dining area while you finish up your meal. Take your family to the Mine Shaft today for the all-you-can-eat haddock fish fry at just $8.99. It's an incredible value. That's a crazy low price. The Saturday breakfast buffet is all you can eat for under $10. The Mine Shaft in downtown Hartford, lots of seating, lots of close parking. Also in Oshkosh near the EAA. Dig into that all-you-can-eat haddock fish fry today. Serving from 10:30. Arrive early, beat the rush. Google the Mine Shaft restaurant and enjoy that fish fry.
Point taken with Scafidi and Bry.
Polling. Sucks. Yeah. Talking about polls isn't low-hanging fruit.
For us,
candidate polling, I don't see the value.
All right, so do not come to this show
For candidate polls.
for breaking down candidate poll.
Not a fan of that. Don't believe it.
All right.
That's going to be my take.
We shook on it.
We shook on it.
Weekdays from 10 to noon on WTMJ. And check out the weekly newsletter, Extra Points, by texting EXTRA to the talk and text line. WTMJ, W277CV, and WKTI HD2 Milwaukee. From the Annex Wealth Management Studios, this is News Radio WTMJ, a Good Karma sports station.
Coming up on 9:52 on Wisconsin's Morning News. Busy weekend ahead. You have a busy Friday night. You got Los Hermanos La Flor in Green Bay tonight.
I don't even know what that means. I don't know what that means.
We joked about him earlier this week. I listened to Mike LaFleur's news conference the other day. Doesn't look much like Matt. Sounds a lot like him. They both had that. I don't know what that means.
Right.
It's it back to back.
I don't even know what that means. I don't know what that means.
So Mike, of course, the head coach of the Arizona Cardinals, he's going to face Matt LaFleur, head coach of the Green Bay Packers, in our final preseason game at Lambeau Field. One of these moments where we talked about it earlier, Telly. I feel like the NFL season, the real season, is never going to begin.
No.
What is it? Our first game is 13th?
The 13th. And today, last time I checked, was August 28th.
Man, so 2 weeks from Sunday.
2 weeks from Sunday.
So also tonight, though, in the Fox Valley, I will be with my brother, Nick Vitrano, as he embarrasses himself at Fox City Stadium. He is challenging the greatest competitive eater of all time. Yes, indeed. Joey Chestnut returning to Wisconsin. Been here a number of times for different events. This is the guy who wins the 4th of July, the Nathan's famous 4th of July hot dog eating contest every year on Coney Island. He wins everything because he's the greatest competitive eater of all time.
And I know that your brother has a little history with some eating, but he's not intimidated at all going up against this guy. Like, to me, I feel like this is the equivalent of me being a big basketball guy and I want to eventually play one-on-one against Giannis.
It's about like that.
Yeah.
Seriously.
This is the finest athlete of our generation. There's no doubt about it.
So there's my brother Nick. Okay, he's a FM morning host on 95.9 KISS FM out of the Fox Cities. And Eric and I had him on the show to talk about this. So he is actually a big fan of competitive eating. He follows this stuff. He was throwing around names of all kinds of people. He knew this. He knows that. Let me see if I can find that for you. Where is it?
Eric Badlands Booker ate like 35 hard-boiled eggs, and Don Moses Lehrman ate 9 sticks of butter, and Oleg Zornitsky, they call him the mayo champ because he ate 8 pounds of mayonnaise in like 8 minutes. And they had this giant sushi roll with these random stretches of wasabi zones where dudes would hit it randomly and then they'd freak out. And it got me into this, like, it's like, holy cow, this is a thing.
Yeah, so can you tell he knows a little bit about the competitive
Just
eating world?
Just a tad.
So
Does he know the rankings of these?
Probably. So he was exactly the right guy for the Timber Rattlers. And the T-Rats, if you know, they're the Brewers single A affiliate, and they play if you're on your way up to Green Bay. So if you're northbound on 41 there, it's right out your left-hand side, the beautiful stadium right there. It's a cool place to watch baseball and
Really
see prospects that might one day be at American Family Field. But anyway, so they're having this event. It's Broughtoberfest, and they invited Joey Chestnut to do the thing, and they needed challengers for him, so my brother is going to be one of them. Now, I will say this. Now, you were asking about, dude, Nick can put it away. Like, he can put on a spectacle when eating.
Yep, we did the Taco Bell Big Box Challenge, and then we did the Beef Eater, where you'd get a 40-pound steak, and you got to put, or 40-ounce steak. It's a 40-ounce
Yeah, your picture's
sirloin.
up on the wall at Prime Quarter, isn't it, in Green Bay?
So I did do the Beef Eater. It's a 40-ounce steak, baked potato, 2 pieces of Texas toast, and a salad, and you had 60 minutes to put it down.
There's pictures on the wall.
Will you please tell Joey that you did that? Hey, by the way,
you might be. You may have heard of me.
Yeah, I don't know if you went to well, you were in town if you made your way over to the Prime Quarter, but, you know, I kind of did the Beef Eater.
Okay, so Nick's all in on this. Here's the thing. He kind of doesn't even fully know what he's in for. What they're going to do, as I said, it's Broughtoberfest. So they'll be presented with this huge platter of food, all of the quote-unquote contestants. It's 7 pounds.
So it's an Oktoberfest challenge of brats, cheese curds, Bavarian pretzels, and sauerkraut. I feel like
So it's first one to the finish, not total poundage of eating, right?
I know frighteningly very little about this, so I don't know how to answer
I don't even know.
I have
whatever
no
they
clue,
put in
Vinny.
front of you.
No, you guys, I have no clue.
So I don't know. This is happening tonight.
You know there's a video of him practicing, right?
Yeah, I saw it.
Oh, okay.
Well, I don't even know. Was he even practicing, Deb?
Well, he was there. He was doing like a segment with Katie. Katie's my sister-in-law, by the way.
With
So we've got
small Wisconsin, right?
Yes. He was practicing. All I saw briefly was him take a handful of sauerkraut and slam it in his gullet. And then I saw him eat a brat, and they timed it. So Katie timed him. He did like a 1:07 for one brat. And she said, what's going to kill you is that you're going to stop to talk between every bite.
Well, that checks out.
And then they timed her, and she did it in 50 seconds in one brat.
Yeah,
but
they
she's
ain't
not
gonna
going to
cut
do
it.
the rest of the thing. So.
Joey will be done in 2.5 minutes on this 7-pound plate.
Yeah, pretty much.
And I just want the introduction. That's the video I want to see.
Oh,
Vince.
yeah.
Can you just make sure you get video of him introducing himself, saying, "Hey, I'm Nick, and you might have heard of me."
Right. I don't know what kind of access I'm going to get either, guys. I have tickets. I'm bringing my mom, who's so proud.
Let's hope for no reversal.
Right. Yes. I'm in charge of getting my mom up there to witness this spectacle. Nick Vitrano v. Joey Chestnut tonight at Fox City Stadium in Grand Chute.
He has God's username and password, and he does with it what he chooses. The rock on which he stands is not a rock. It is the United States of America! Joey Chestnut!
I don't even know what that means.
Park and Stretch Outpost. We know you love your pets. They love you too, so don't forget. Your pets are happy.